can't hold the line here. Blade throws his life into it. Spica secures it. Cloud Soul guaranteed for near airport. Now it's just about the retreat angle, but they've already done away with Cryogen and Cryra, so now it's a 5-on-3. And this fight should be easy for near airport to clean up. Toasty will try to throw his life, get some fancy footwear in there as he's able to find an escape path without flashing until the very end before Biofrost forces it out of him. But the rest of near airport squad finally with the Cloud Soul on their side.
Oh, the engage. He didn't have the Vault Breaker. Doesn't matter. Cease and assist in. Chrome's not going to go down just yet. Shields come through and Chrome is still alive. Immediate blast from Sammy King to get away. Rovex wants to come in, be the haymaker, but he gets haymaked himself. He's going low. He's burning. He finally burns down to the ground, and you look tanky. And now the rest of near airport are here. Look at Poe Belter. He's chunking him down. Misses the bait, sealed in the end, but Doubleth has also come online. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be used out of, though. They get 2 picks now. It's huge. That's big. Lilty Lullaby. He's swinging sweet nothings, and we're singing a game.
NA's side of the map, they overcommitted without the poke.
Oh, they got it.
Spell the doom.
They do indeed. They found the pick there. They found the win. It was scary. It was dicey. That's going to be a gold graph of all time.
Onto the Zamudo, but it's now reset since Zamudo teleports into the river. Kizno trying to dash forward, but a great fear by Cryrax. Oh, the flank from Darkwing.
Oh my god!
Flash Timber stop. That's the mid laner gone. That's the jungler gone. They trade out the support, though. It's now down to Zamudo. Whoa! The damage from Zamudo Gwen!
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the NACL playoffs. The action continues here in our playoff bracket, and today, a bit of a tease, we're going to be looking at the playoff, the lower bracket semifinals coming up shortly. I am Beatdown Boulevard, and it's just me for the moment. Mazel will be joining me very shortly, and until then, I'm going to be taking you through a lot of the, just the early points we want to be hitting on when the with these teams and the matchup. And that's a really exciting one coming up soon. I think the first thing we should talk about really quickly is if you haven't been keeping up with all things NACL, over here on the corner of your screen should pop up our socials. It is NACL on YouTube and Twitch. It is hashtag NACL on Twitter to join the conversation. And of course, our Twitter account is @WatchNACL. Now, I'm the only caster here, so if you guys don't participate, I'll know and I won't start the match. So there's some pressure on you. There's some incentive to get it started. And we're just going to jump right into it. We have our bracket. A lot of great games have been happening so far. A lot of exciting matchups. Near airport on the lower bracket are continuing that lower bracket run they claim they can complete. And of course, yesterday, Dark Zero Dragonsteel fell to Luminosity Gaming. Luminosity did lock themselves the first playoff spot, or the first grand final spot. Excuse me. And of course, our match today is L3, Near Airport versus Conviction, who's going to decide who locks top 3, who gets to play for that final spot against LG in the finals. So a lot of excitement is taking place so far. A lot of excitement is going to continue. I think today's match in particular, of course, is going to be great because this is, again, Conviction, who have really turned it up in the back half of this split, facing off against Near Airport, who were starting to slump towards the end of that regular season, but finally overcame their demons in the name of Winthrop University. Lost 2 times, won the 3rd one, and that 3rd time paid for all. And again, lower semis, so the winner of this will go to the lower finals to face off Dark Zero Dragonsteel to see who's going to get the 2nd and last spot into playoffs. It's definitely going to be a banger of a series. I'm excited. I'm sure Marcel is excited as he's rushing his way over here to be able to make it to this match. So I think there's a lot of excitement here with this matchup in particular. I mean, you have both of these teams who have been working really hard, performing really well. I think Conviction in particular were surprises to a lot of us on the Talent team. I figured this would be a team that would make playoffs. I didn't expect them to lock 4th seed like they ended up doing. They really managed to come together, use some of that experience, and some of that raw talent in players like Hoarder, Manui switching over to the support role, also really coming into his own as well. It's been some really exciting stuff to see from them. And of course, Near Airport, a lot of roster shuffling going on, but it should be the roster in their full strength today. So no Sushi, no Kelpo if you are fans of them. I know I am. That is a little bit of a bummer, but we're going to jump right back to Conviction just to take a look at the 5 players that are going to be playing for this side. I already mentioned it. A lot of experience on this roster. over the last couple of years here in Tier 2 gameplay, the newest addition being Hoarder in the top lane, who's also been the biggest, most pleasant surprise for me. I think he's actually been a real treat to watch, especially watching him in Tier 3. I didn't think he would do as well as he ended up doing, but very happy to be wrong about that one. I think a lot of credit goes to Kisno and Darkwings being really core parts of how this team functions. The mid jungle of this team is so important to a lot of their success. I feel like Darkwings in particular has had a really good split. I think ever since he joined St. Louis, won CLOL, really started playing more of that carry potential that we've seen from him in years past, and it's been really nice to see. And I think Manui, again, really coming into his own of the support role. Was really shaky at the beginning of the split. You know, he had some moments, some not some great moments, but what really mattered was that he still has a really good mind for this game. He is willing to play some more unorthodox picks, and as time went on, he really started to get a handle on this role. I think has been a key part of a lot of this team's team fighting success. So I think it's going to be really important going into this next series, especially when you consider the experience on that roster. I think overall, we're watching footage from what happened last time. I think it's worth noting, even though Conviction kind of fell to Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, they fell to Near Airport in the earlier parts of the split. I think that's not really representative of what is going to happen today. I think Conviction have really leveled up as a team this split. So I think they're going to give Near Airport a run for their money. They may even be able to take it. And of course, their opponents on the other side, it is Near Airport, the third head of the three-headed Hydra that we've been talking about all split. And again, finally being able to overcome their demons in Winthrop University, I think was a big step in them kind of showing us that, yeah, they're still that third head. They're still that top three. And if they win the series, they'll pretty much confirm all those expectations we had at the start of that split, because whoever wins this does get the two top three. I think easy shout-outs for me. Spica, Pobelter, I think have been a critical part of this team's success. I think TF Blade has also played really nicely in the top lane, especially considering it's a new experience for him in competitive play. But yeah, I mean, especially in the more recent series here, I really like the kind of compositions that Near Airport have been working with. Especially the one we're seeing on the screen, the Zed Oriana, I really like this composition. I really like this duo, and the fact that they were able to almost 2v8 win a lot of these team fights with some really good team play really shows how important these two are to this team's success. Especially when you look at how this team was playing, even to qualify to the NACL in the first place. A lot of people rightfully gave Pobelter props for just being the best performing player on the team. And I think he just continues to kind of live up to that expectation. He plays, he's really just consistently good player. I think he lanes really well, he team fights really well. And there are a lot of moments where he'll just single-handedly win games for the team. So he's definitely a player to keep an eye on. I think Spica, again, is doing his fair share as well. So it's going to be really exciting to see what both of these teams are going to cook up, especially considering, again, their opponent is Conviction. The fact that they love to do some pretty spicy cooks in the kitchen in terms of draft as well. And that kind of brings us to the head-to-head matchup that we're looking at. It is going to be the mid lane, as I've been kind of alluding to so far. Darkwings and Pobelter. I think a lot of teams lately that have gone up against Near Airport, it really just comes down to me whether or not the solo laners, especially in mid lane, can step it up. Because for the most part, Pobelter just ends up walking so many mids in our league when it comes to laning and stats and things like that, and it just overall impact. So Darkwings, I think he's had a really good split so far. I think it's worth noting before playoffs, in terms of damage share, he actually had the highest, not just amongst mids, but amongst every player in the league. That's 80 carries, that's junglers, it doesn't matter. And I think that is pretty indicative of how much he really contributes to this team during team fights. So he's going to have to lane against a really difficult opponent in Pobelter, and he's going to have to be able to be able to walk the walk. And I know Hoarder on the top side, kind of same situation there. TF Blade has been playing really, really well. Hoarder is just as much of a rookie as him. So, and we're going to take a look at the recap here. Conviction versus Near Airport. This is actually what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, these two teams faced off in week 3. Yeah, Conviction got dog walked by Near Airport, but I don't think this is going to show us what really is going to happen today. I think Conviction, again, have grown a lot as a team, really leading into some of their unique champion picks. I think Dark Wings and Kisno really coming into their own. Hoarder's been the GOAT, in my opinion, from start to finish. We're not doing Rookie of the Split this time around, but if we were, my vote would have been for Hoarder. But the point is, I think this team has grown a lot, and I think it's not going to be as one-sided of a matchup as people might be expecting. I think Conviction are going to take this one the distance at the very least, and Near Airport, they're not going to have an easy go of it this time around. So it'll be exciting. I think another thing from this recap, no one's ever going to play Azir ever again in this league, I think. So don't even think about Pobelter playing that champion or Dark Wings playing that champion. It is simply too good right now on this patch. So I think at this point, for the most part, it's just going to be about whether or not Conviction can get things going in that lane phase against Near Airport. Because again, when we talk about the laners from this team top to bottom, especially when you consider the players who have had a lot of experience in the LCS/LTA North, does mean that early game, I think, is going to be difficult, especially because so far in playoffs, you can see at 15 minutes, Conviction usually end up on the negative ends of things, and I think that's going to be a little more exacerbated against the laners of Near Airport. It's just going to be about drafting for comps that don't necessarily need to win early, in my opinion, and also being able to play out the late game better, recognize your key power spikes, and when you can actually contest with Near Airport and just play well as 5. Yeah, now it's been a couple of games have gone by so far. Near Airport, of course, dropping to the lower bracket so quickly as soon as playoffs started, did give them this opportunity to play a lot more games because of it. And there is that interesting notion of, you know, being able to sharpen yourself by playing more games. That's why you see some of these lower bracket runs happen in the first place. And I think it's worth noting that maybe that gives Near Airport a bit of an advantage because, again, they're sharper. They've played more games so far, and especially they must be feeling amazing after their win against Winthrop, especially after how things went the first time around between the two of these teams. So strap in, guys. It's going to be an exciting one. There's a lot to be excited about with these two teams. Remember, they're both playing for a spot in the top 3, and they're both playing for that chance to make it to Grand Finals to play against Luminosity Gaming, who locked that spot yesterday. So basically a lot on the line for both of these teams. Win your top 3, you lose, your split is over, and while both teams have done it, made a valiant effort, everybody wants to go just that much further. But I think now we're going to start talking about some more of our awards so far, about our first team All-Pro that we will be announcing this week, talking a little bit more about most valuable prospect that we will be announcing next week come finals. So if I remember correctly, yeah, I think we want to just throw out the first team All-Pro. Remember, it was voted by us talent, players and coaching staff for players in the NACL. So I think we can just reveal them. We don't have to do this one at a time. And we're going to see where everybody stands. I think for the most part, I'm behind this. I think Zamudo, far and away best top laner. It's really just not a real discussion. Spica has been playing really well. Again, I was saying him and Pobelter, the crux of Near Airport, I think individually have been just about the best in their role. It's hard to contest. I know Spyrox got a lot of shouts for first team All-Pro. I actually put him first, but a lot of respect to Pobelter, who I put second. And I'd be really surprised if anyone put someone other than Tactical and Zazel in that bot lane. I think those two individually have just been playing the best on that side of the map pretty much the entire split, and just continue to look good, even yesterday when they beat Dark Zero Dragonsteel 3-1. So congratulations to our first team All-Pro, and the only thing we have left to announce is, again, our most valuable prospect that's going to be coming out 1 week today before our grand finals. I'll be there as well, so it's going to be really fun to reveal who's been voted in for our very exciting award. So now we're going to talk about caster predictions for the match. I actually didn't look really at what anyone else had voted, so I'm curious to see what it is. Okay, so we got a bit of a mixed bag. So now there's more opportunity for bragging rights, more opportunity for chatting a bit to fellow broadcast members. I'm personally a bit of a Conviction believer, just because I think Conviction, again, sort of peaking at the right time, have been really improving throughout the split. And I made this with the idea that I think Near Airport definitely have weaknesses that Conviction can exploit and have exploited in other teams going forward. So that's what I think. I think Near Airport is a totally valid prediction as well. Not grief in any way, but of course, if they lose, I'm going to make fun of Cubby and Rafa basically until next Friday, or until the next time we have to both. So other than that, there's nothing really else to talk about. I think we heard Conviction have selected blue side, so that is going to give them that bit of an advantage, as that is the favorite side so far on this patch. And we'll see what is going to be prioritized. Again, I think these are two teams who, especially lately, have been trying to go against the grain just a little bit, I think, in terms of pick and ban, particularly on Conviction side. So no more time to waste. It's time to talk about pick and ban. And again, this is the beginning of our lower semifinals. Both these teams playing for a spot in the top 3, playing to stay alive in split 1 just a little bit longer. And I imagine we're not going to see anything too insane. I think Yone ban early is actually a little bit odd, but it's Pobelter we're talking about. And there's the Azir I mentioned. Again, if you're an Azir fan, I'm really sorry. You will not see that champion, I think, for the rest of playoffs. Doesn't really get through in this league very often. We didn't get to talk about the most banned stats, but Azir was up there, guys. I saw the assets. Don't worry about it. Otherwise, a Scion ban is pretty smart too. Could be because they're angling for Jace, but also I think TF Blade is one of the most prolific Scion players in this league. He actually plays the champion really well, and I think that's just some power they want to deny from him during this first rotation of bans. Again, I mean, even if they weren't angling for the Jace, it usually just prompts a Jace ban anyway, so Hoarder can kind of laugh to himself if he was never going to play Jace in the first place. I think Vi is just the first pick in NACL at the moment. Really strong, really commonly used jungler. So I think at this point, though, you just want to deny the Taliyah away. I imagine it's going to be Sin Taliyah, just because that's a really good combination here. Oh, but instead they actually want to go for the power. It's true. Gwen, despite the nerfs, still really strong at the moment. So you might as well just go for something really strong. Especially because if you're allowing them to lean into this Vi Taliyah, we know Hoarder plays a lot of Ambessa, so you might as well pick something really strong and something that actually is very good against dive. So good angle there from Near Airport. We are seeing Hoarder's Ambessa come through, and I think they're just leaving the Taliyah, kind of letting it fall in priority a little bit more, prioritizing Senna instead, who's really popped up since we changed to 15.10, and how she gets more crit chance from souls, how the soul drop rate has gone up a little bit. I think it's something that Chrome will want to take full advantage of, especially because you don't see a tank in the top side. I think it will make it so that Senna has a bit of an easier time to play. So the Galio is an interesting one. I mean, it pairs well with the Xin, even though you're blinding it. And because a lot of these other lanes have shown, a lot of where the damage is coming from is showing, Near Airport are comfortable because they know, one, it's Dark Wings, he's probably going to play a mage, but two, the damage profile from Conviction is really telling us that it has to be a mage. Like something like Annie, I mean, Victor's up if he really wants to go for it. Just a lot of things like that one. So smart of Pobelter to be able to get something like that early and just remove some of the champions that I think might still give him a hard time or synergize really well with the Vi. I think Orianna is a really easy example of that one. A really good champion there for Dark Wings to come through. Hui as well. Can you just removing some of his favorite picks here? I think we might end up seeing him play the Victor. I'm trying to think of other examples. I mean, Ari is up, but I don't... I'm not too thrilled. I think you'd be lacking a little bit more in the damage department. I think someone who can build Leandries, can do more damage in team fights is probably going to be more ideal, but we'll see what they're feeling here. Rakan makes sense. Usually a powerful combo. Whoa, you want to deny from pairing with Vi, but okay, it's going to be the Seraphine, and whoa, okay, hold on a second. Is it Seraphine? It's Seraphine mid? Is that what I'm seeing? Okay, because so far, part of what I don't fully understand quite yet is how fasting Senna actually seems to work because... Oh, no, it's Smolder mid. I forgot Smolder mid was a thing. Never mind, guys. Everything is back. We're fine. This is a pretty interesting pivot there from Darkwings. You can play the stacking game pretty easily into melees like Galio. Should be pretty easy for you to get pushed. Your E gives you movement, and you scale like hell. The only real downside here is that Conviction's comp, pretty much all their power to skirmish is entirely on the top side, and Manui, if he's coming around with the Seraphine. So I think there's a lot of scaling. Senna is going to really... Seraphine plays really nicely with all-in champions, so like Vi and Bessa, going to help bounce that Encore off, make it go further, affect more targets. So I think there's a lot of value in there, plus the sustain can help keep them alive from some of that burst damage that Near Airport are working towards. So, I mean, the Seraphine, it's a very big one for Manui. He played it a lot, especially with Cincinnati Fear back in 2023 when he first joined the league. Him and Shochi, they did a lot of cooking together, kind of bouncing around, using shared champions to make draft that much more difficult. And it's nice to see that he's still able to dig into those champs here, even as he's going into the support role. I think that's been a lot of his strength so far. And already, as if this wasn't hard, we're getting a tech pause. So it's going to be my face just a little bit longer. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe if we could throw the draft back up, I could talk a little more about Near Airport, what their comp is looking to do. Right now, I'm just kind of going off of memory. They do have, I think, a bit more early power, especially with that Zyrakon, a really strong 2v2 early on. And you also have this Galio Zin. So there's a lot of skirmishing, a lot of early power that I think will kind of peak around that 1 to 2 item mark. And as soon as we get past that part, then Conviction's comp's going to do really well. But pause is over. Don't listen to the bottom of your screen. We are back, guys. It is our first game of the NACL playoffs. Lower semifinals. Both of these teams playing for the chance, again, to be able to make it to top 3. And I think now things are probably going to start out kind of slow. I bet we'll see a bit of angling for some early vision just to see what you can squeeze out early. I think especially for Conviction, it's probably important again. Not as much early power for them to be able to accomplish too much in the early game. There's a lot of that pressure, I think, onto Kizno. Onto Hoarder, you can even see Hoarder went for the Electrocute. And best of this game, a little more early power just to kind of make up for the what's lost there in mid and bot lane. But again, we have 2 stacking champions for Conviction this time around, Chrome and Darkwings. Darkwings more in particular looking for that magic number. And as long as Conviction can keep the game kind of stable, low and slow, as I've begun to say a lot lately, they should have all the power they need to really close it out. I think while TF Blade has the potential to be a side lane menace on the Gwen as he scales, you look at the rest of the comp and how it wants to play, there is that bit of a time limit to worry about here. So I think for NA, it is going to be about Spica and what he's going to be able to accomplish. This is about Double Lift and Biofrost. With the more aggressive summoner spell combination here, you're seeing the Ghost, you're seeing the Ignite. Nothing for sustain here, no heal, no barrier. It is just about trying to secure the kills early on. And even though it is double ranged, of course, Zyrakon does have really strong all-in potential, so Manui and Chrome are definitely going to have to be careful. And not overstep, not get hit up, I think, by the double grand entrance. I think that's the most egregious thing I've seen happen in these level 1, level 2 situations. But otherwise, I think push is happening about exactly where you expect it to. Not a whole lot of excitement, I think, is going to go on for these early minutes. There's going to be that warding, that early warding coming through. Succeeding on revealing. Kizno, not quite Spica yet, but just the fact that he hasn't shown so far, I think is going to give him the information that Spica's going on the same path as Kizno. So I think they're going to end up meeting, I'm actually curious to see if there's going to be a chance for the fight at the Scuttle Crab. But while nothing's going on, we're going to take a moment to let you know, again, this broadcast is sponsored by ProDiff.gg, coaching website where you get one-on-one coaching from pros. Every player is either an active or recent NACL pro player, so you're sure to be getting the best knowledge you can, and that one-on-one coaching sessions are going to improve your gameplay, improve your solo queue climb. So if you want to participate, just go ahead, scan that QR code at the bottom, or of course type in ProDiff.gg. And otherwise, again, as expected, junglers end up on the top side. I think Spica might have a tough time actually fighting for this crab. I think he's more playing for the gank, so really smart warding there from Hoarder. I think this is going to end up being not a whole lot else is going to take place here. Right now, things are going to be slow. This is an opportunity. No, I think Kizno and Hoarder, they want to back. It's time to get off the map, and I think things are going to kind of keep slowing back down. And I think overall, we highlighted the mid lane matchup between these two. Usually, Galio is not really what I picture when I think about Pobelter and a lot of the success he's helped this team find and a lot of the carry performances he's had. So I think this time around he's taking more of that backseat while Dark Wings is taking his customary place for conviction on the scaling a carry role here. It is nice. I do like the clever angle of picking it too, because you're expecting the mage as Pobelter, but instead it's Grasp Smolder. So a lot of AD coming your way. Your W passive not going to do a whole lot for you, and I think it's going to make Pobelter's ability to get use out of that hero's entrance a lot higher. So it's going to be about finding the right timers to actually successfully make a play elsewhere, being able to make sure Darkwings isn't going to be able to deny too much from him in the process. But conversely, you're against the Smolder who can't do much other than push right now. So you got to be sure to get the value while you can, while Darkwings isn't able to actually fight. I think now with Dragon spawning, got to imagine it's going to be where near airport and Spica kind of put their focus. That's why I like this lane swap coming through here from Conviction. And that recognition that, look, we have Smolder Senna. We are not fighting dragons anytime soon. But Spica, with that knowledge, he's just going to go ahead and go for this dive here. Ignite is coming down. Grand entrance flash. And Bessa is hard to pin down, but double lift. It's going to be able to get the Feather recall. First blood for near airport. It costs some summoner spells. But at the end of the day, Hoarder is forced to lose a lot. By the way, Biofrost lived with 90 HP, so it was close, despite Hoarder's best efforts. Only bright side is that he kept TP because of the lane swap situation, and he spent a little longer than normal in top lane before the... he spent longer than TF Blade in top lane before the swap ended up coming through. So it is a big win there for near airport. It's still going to give TF Blade that bit of an advantage over him. You can see he's a couple waves up. But these are the kind of things that you expect when you look at these two drafts. It's just going to be on Conviction to be able to safely farm, particularly for Chrome and Darkwing. So Hoarder, he's going to have to eat it a little bit, for lack of a better word here. Oh no, Hoarder. Yep, the needlework is going to come through. Remember, Hoarder is flashless, guys. And TF Blade, he's going to get the solo bolo. Really good punish on that level 6 timer. Again, Hoarder lost a lot of experience, so that is the payoff of that dive and the fact that they crashed a huge wave. We're going to watch First Blood one more time. I just think, like, respect to Hoarder. You gave him a run for their money here. It did cost a couple flashes to be able to make that one work. But at the end of it, you're level 4. It's a 3 versus 1. You really are limited in what you're going to be able to succeed. And again, that play led to the one we just saw here where TF Blade got a solo on his own. So it is going to make this Gwen, who's already going to be borderline impossible for either Darkwings or Hoarder to deal with, even that much more difficult. Able to come online sooner. I think small win for Conviction, though, is that in a situation like this, when you have Smolder Senna, you're really just not expecting to stack any dragons. So as long as Kizno's able to secure this, nobody dies in the process, I think this will be a huge win. But that ward... You're joking. I'm sick. There's so much I can't say. There's so much I'm not allowed to say. It's disgusting. Oh, Kizno, he's very upset. He's very upset. I'm upset. I can't believe. I cannot believe what I just witnessed. Well, Spica's gonna get level 6 off that. It cost him his flash, but you're definitely cackling about that one. And really, this would have been such a big advantage for Conviction, and it's gone now. The game is still fine. This is fine. That was hard to watch. That's all. Otherwise, Grubs are up. Now, you can see big wave crash on the bot side from Double Lift and Biofrost. I think they just want to spend some gold, come back to that mid lane, but I think there's a really good opportunity for Near Airport to double up on these early objectives. And oh my God, guys, I'm saved. My hero has come through, guys. Everybody, he's here.
I made it all the way through LA traffic. I cut it down to an hour. We made it here. I'm so sorry you had to do this all by yourself to kick us off.
Okay.
You did a wonderful job.
Thank you. It doesn't matter. You're here now. That's all that matters, Giselle.
I got your back. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes.
As we get into it now, I unfortunately was driving, so I didn't get to catch up too much on what's going on. But Near Airport off to a strong start so far already. Got 1,000 gold lead. I do really like some of this lane swap setup that we were seeing from them as well early on.
Yeah, I think the biggest highlight for you, I don't know if you got to jump into the feed, but basically, Smolder, Senna, you know, you're scaling. If you can get an early Drake, that's wonderful, right? But did you see Kisno? Unfortunately, lose that. But
unfortunately, I connected as it happened, which is, you know, unfortunate for Kisno and, you know, everyone involved. But
yeah, everyone involved is so real. But yeah, I think that's probably the most exciting part that happened so far. TF Blade got a solo kill. Hoarder is kind of in the dirt this game. It feels really bad as Mbessa to be 0-2. Yeah. He's also down 40 CS. Oh my God.
And honestly, we're looking at a little bit of this week as well. Mbessa has not had a good week. I know we only had the one series yesterday, but it did not go well. And really looking at the kind of scaling factor, the kind of absolute control that a Gwen can have across the map.
Of course. And I think it's interesting, too, if you look at other regions. I mean, LPL is an easy example. Mbessa has really fallen in priority these last couple of months. And more of the usual suspects that we see, Gwen, Jace, Rumble, are the ones that are finding a lot more success. But Hoarder...
Little fight on a TF Blade here. Kisno. Oh, God. Not again. No, not like this. Dottie Shadow's going to come across. TF Blade should still go down. Almost gets the double snip there. But Kisno makes good on the play.
Oh my God, that's one of those like it's gotta start getting in your head at this point, Marcel. That's too.
Nah, man, he's got the mental fortitude of a rock.
You're right. And you know what? They got the kill. That's what really matters. Just to give Hoarder some breathing room. You saw it. Hoarder was down 2 levels, so the fact that he's going to be able to get a wave in, he's going to be able to get some of that gold into his pocket, I think is going to be really important. Because then you look at Conviction's comp, again, a lot of that early game power is really going to be coming from Kisno and Hoarder. Otherwise, Chrome and Darkwings, their whole purpose is to make sure Senna and Smolder are farming comfortably.
And it feels like, it's so funny, you know, the Seraphine obviously had taken a back seat for Manui, but, you know, this first game feels like quintessential Conviction to me. It's really nice to see some of them, like, changing some of the meta priorities as well. Darkwing's going with some of them maybe not as often played in mid lane, but more so Manui on that Seraphine. It's something he made an absolute terror of when he was back at the ADC position, forcing bans all the time. Obviously, game 1 means it won't be available for the rest of the series, but see if it does become impactful as Conviction trying to get a counter dive on this bot side. Biofrost pulls the trigger. Here comes the heroic entrance. The whole team is here, and unfortunately, that just means that the feats of warfare go down to Near Airport. Afterwards, though, that's a really big encore as well coming through, and Hoarder barely survives, but then goes down in the end. Manui does get the cool back, though, as he does get the trade onto Biofrost. It's at least something in a game that Conviction are bleeding out from.
Yeah, it's tough because that's really worthwhile there for Near Airport. Remember, they got all 3 grubs, so this is a guaranteed first brick for them. Spica, Double Lift, really raking in the gold this game. Because of that, and this is the snowball that they need to happen to make sure they don't get outpaced by the Senna and the Smolder. The only real bright side for Conviction is the fact that Darkwings and Chrome, they're just chilling right now, Vazelle. They've been under no threat since this game started. They've been happily playing Farmville on Facebook. You know what it is. So it's really just going to be about, you know, bridge building, as you've so aptly put it many, many times. Can Conviction, specifically Kisno and Hoarder, build that bridge to this scaling mid and bot lane?
It's going to be like the Three Little Pigs. What's the bridge made out of? Is it straw? Is it wood? Is it metal?
Is it
We'll
bricks?
find out. Yeah, bricks. There you go. It's bricks.
Yeah.
Dragon is going to end up being traded over, though, so it'll be a 1-to-1 score on the Dragon stacking here as well. It is a Hextech Soul on top of it all, so much more high in priority there. Oh, Kisno will have the Vault Breaker to get away. Did get the TP out of Pobelter there as a bit of an aggressive stance. My God, that chicken's got some wings, baby. Pobelter about to heroically smash Chrome. Looking for Dark Wings, too. At this point, the Winds of War have been called, but Pobelter won't get the kill in the end.
All right, first of all, Chrome, that's what we call ice in the veins. Bro did not use his flash. He's like, you got nothing. I'm walking out of here. I got Ghost. That's all I need. You blew your whole load, buddy. Nice try. So I respect that. Again, it really does kind of get Pobelter to use that teleport for less value than I think Near Airport would have liked. Gives an opportunity maybe for Dark Wings to make some kind of numbers play later on. I think one thing that's really important, though, is you see this focus on the bottom side of the map here, a lot of vision in favor of Near Airport, and you got to imagine that's going to lead to more Drake stacking. It's good for Conviction that they got one away, because, again, usually when you're playing with a champ like Smolder, you expect to give away the first 3 Drakes. You got to play for the 4th. But now Conviction have effectively stalled out that very dangerous 4th Dragon fight. So it's going to give Dark Wings more time to have impact.
Oh, they might actually get a pick here, too. Biofrost caught out in the river. And that CC chain is what you really have to watch out for against Conviction with this comp.
Yeah, that's right. Again, Manui on the Seraphine especially, just being to layer any CC that Conviction already throw out just to make it that much more dangerous. And you talked about it, drawing bans in 2023, but for those who may not have been there, I really want to impress upon like how insane it was, because that was a year where Seraphine was played by nobody, nowhere. No one respected this champion except for when Cincinnati Fear was on the other side of you guys, because Manui and Shochi, they'll bring it out if you leave it open. So it was a pretty huge advantage for them too. And it made draft a little easier because there was just so many niche picks that people had to be worried about playing against him. And Manui's really brought that experience, that knowledge, that flexibility here to the support role. I think it's been a great thing to see.
I mean, it's really been a good thing to see for him growing into the role itself. I mean, obviously the lane swap, going into the other side of the lane that he was playing, brings a lot of know-how on how ADC is played. I know him and Chrome have really interesting conversations. I know they talked about it a lot in the interviews. But it's not only what they're doing in lane, it's the fact that Manui has taken a lot on his shoulders as a bit of a leader, as a bit of a talker. I think we talked to Kisno. He said everybody's a talker, obviously. But Manui has stated that he likes to take that leadership role, especially from the support role.
Yeah, and I will say on that point too, the coach Bach actually during an interview told us that he gave Manui specifically a shout out for his knowledge, his contribution to the conversations, and how much impact he's had on draft in particular. He says a lot of those drafts they cook up. I mean, credit to Manui. He's been helpful in forming those.
Yeah, truly has. As we got a little bit of an update from Prod, thank you so much. As we talk about the Dragon,
Dark Wings.
His stacks have reached about 140, but he has also reached his first death. So take that as you will. Near Airport will pick him off, use a Rift Herald and bot side, try to take a tier 2.
Yeah, that's a little disrespectful, I think, from Dark Wings. Like, everyone's off the map. You have no vision on this side. You can't take a route like that, especially considering you're trying to scale. You can't do anything right now. I will say that amount of stacks, for the Smolder passive from Dark Wings, I think is pretty good considering this moment, but anytime he's spent away from waves is going to slow that one down significantly, and he's only just now getting back out on the map. Also, we have word, I think Chrome sitting on 30-ish stacks. I'm going to be honest, since Fasting Senna is no longer a thing, and Chrome is obviously farming, I don't actually know what a good pace is.
That's a flash coming out from Kisno. He will get healed up a lot by Manui, and that's some of the benefit that the Seraphine brings to the table. A lot of sustainability on Conviction side of things. I know Cubby was talking about the Senna yesterday and kind of the day and age now. It's like you have a really good laning spike. You can put a lot of pressure in the 2v2. You can have a lot of sustain down there as well. And then you fall off into a trough in the mid game. But then late game, those souls really bring you back online, have all that scaling going your way. So we're starting to hit that little midpoint now as well. See if Conviction can play a little bit more reserved. Because I got to say, their comp is nasty once we get to that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, it's just tough because they've gone for this late game comp in favor of dropping a lot of this early game. And I talked about it in the pre-show. These are really strong laners on near airport. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Manui gets completely caught. Doesn't even.
Oh, he's alive.
Oh, the Winds of War from Pobelter with a thumbs up to boot. The guy's feeling himself, and he got the kill. On to Manui.
See, we talk about Manui's improvement. That's early split 1 Manui, I fear. And that's the kind of stuff we saw happen pretty often. I think it's hard when you're playing a lot more of the engaged, tankier supports. You kind of expect, like, oh, I can take a hit or two. Like, people are going to think twice before engaging me. But I think that mindset does cost you when you end up pulling out something like the Seraphine, because you're really squishy. You don't want to get jumped on. And we saw that.
They got a lot of jumping.
Yeah.
They got a lot of people that can jump on him. Pobelter is like the scary bodyguard at the door, man. Like I don't know what to say. Like, he really is terrifying. He's there every time. He's checking IDs. If you don't have enough health, he will kill you. It's just
yeah, like all bouncers.
Yeah, like all bouncers. Absolutely. Wait, we're not talking about. Oh. Maybe it's a little bit different in League of Legends. Spica and Pobelter are going to go on the aggressive against Kisno down here. He does have Dark Wings right behind him and the potential fade down by the rest of Conviction. But this fight could get hot and heavy before they can even answer. Cease and desist used in a panic by Kisno. Maybe it bought enough time. He's going to get to see the Vault Breaker over the wall, though. Spica just wants to hit this 3-talent strike. Manui trying to heal him up. There comes Pobelter, that scary bouncer. Wow. But unfortunately, there's too many IDs to check. He is out of time and he is out of life. He is gone, but the follow-through from near airport might just be lethal. A big grand entrance there for Biofrost. Gets double at the kill in the end. He gets Dawning Shadow down as the shutdown goes to Chrome. It is tooth and nail out here, and Conviction are staving off.
Yeah, a 3 for 2. Even with the shutdown, the fact that TF Blade is pushing so effectively in the side lane, again, that early kills, getting him ahead, setting Hoarder behind, has just put him in a position already ahead of schedule where no one can answer this Gwen in the side lane. So the fact that you're also losing out on the moments where you group really bodes poorly for Conviction going forward. Of course, again, Dark Wings heading towards that magic number, but you know, a big part of having carries, Mazel, is having frontline for them. And if your frontline is so far behind that they're made of paper, how much carrying can actually get done?
I gotta say, there's a little bit of zealousness coming out from near airport. Doublelift stepping right up into the faces of Conviction with that flash. Maybe feel a little bit of confidence, a little bit of jive in here as we do have those second items really coming through for the entirety. Almost 3 items for Doublelift himself, but that Bloodletter's Curse for Pobelter, going to have that extra magic resist shred for himself. And that Black Cleaver for Spica too. So these team fights can be a lot harder to manage for Conviction, but they're really in that trough now, trying to get to the other side of it.
Yeah, I think for Chrome, the second item is pretty nice, especially with how much AD Conviction is working with. So being able to remove armor is good. But the fact that, again, you sacrifice so much of this early game, near airport have really just continued this snowball. Thornbound Otacon taken means the snowball is just going to continue to enlarge there, Mazel. Bright side, I think Conviction, they wisely play away. They're even covering for Dark Wings to just continue collecting this gold. You can see how many eggs they put in the smaller basket, just allowing him to solo take that objective bounty, collect all these waves. I mean, look at the CS he has versus everyone else in the game.
Yeah, it's actually kind of insane to think about, like the difference that's coming through right now as well, and how they can utilize that in a lot of ways. I mean, there's not a lot of situations where a Flame Horizon is even on the table. But we'll see if things end up coming that way. They do have an aggressive stance coming out from near airport now, and I think this near airport squad, if we want to highlight their story a little bit, it was a shocker to lose twice in a row, at least to Winthrop University, and I got to say they definitely checked themselves after that one. But you can tell that they are all so motivated for this lower bracket run, and it's been impressive to see so far. I know that a lot of potential in this one as TF Blade. Maybe not as much potential on this bot side. Tries to get the outplay again. We've seen this story before. He does go down.
Yeah, and I think this is some of the weaknesses there of near airport, I think, on full display. Despite a lot of the success and credit I give to TF Blade and how well he's played this split. Things like that, what we just saw happen often. It's the second time this game, overextending and getting picked off. And I think that's created some of those moments where near airport have had leads and lost. It didn't happen often, of course, because this team was very successful in that regular split. But it was something I believe that teams at the top end of the bracket can and have taken advantage of. And I think against a team like this, where, again, it's Senna Smolder, any breathing room you give Conviction is just going to lower that clock. The nightmare clock, essentially, when Senna and Smolder become...
The doom clock, you know,
stuff
it's all
of-
the way to
yeah,
midnight. I don't remember, what is
exactly.
it called? Something, I don't know.
Oh,
Speak
he's
up.
already got the stack.
Yeah, he does. So now we're just waiting on the stacks from Senna. But
Yeah.
that will be about half his health gone for Spica, so a little bit harder to contest over this dragon here. As we did get word from production, over 230 stacks for the Smolder.
Yep.
So officially online. Now they just need to continue building this bridge
Hey,
to get
hey,
Senna into a point of promise. Scuttle
Hey.
Crab will end up going over.
Let this dragon go, boys. It's really not worth it.
Let it go, bro.
Let it
Let
go.
it go.
Like, I'm talking like Moses from the Prince of Dreams or whatever that animated movie was, bro. let him go. I
Thought
swear.
you were
like,
gonna go
this
with
is
a
so
Frozen reference. I don't know. Maybe
Ah,
we're just two
true.
different people. I don't know.
We're just different people. I had a very
What's funny
interesting
is
childhood.
I've never watched Frozen.
Dude,
so
low
I
key,
just-
I'm not a religious guy, but it's such a great movie. Everyone should watch it.
We do have a little bit of setup around this dragon, though. Again, we said Conviction don't need to fight this, but they're going to fight it anyways. Heroic Entrance is in there as you have the needlework cutting across the line of Conviction. Big predict grand entrance from Biofrost cuts Kisto off at the head, and Conviction will have no saving grace to contest this dragon.
Yeah, genuinely, I just don't like this. They feel strong, especially with the Seraphine coming through here, and I get that. But really, you need a little more from Chrome to be able to come out online. And I think Kizno and Hoarder also need to reach some breakpoints before they can actually be effective front lines. Now Kizno's hit that second item, but Hoarder isn't really quite there yet to have that impact he needs in this game. So it feels bad. Hoarder is going for more of this burst build, not as much of a bruiser as we've seen in other games, so he isn't able to soak up a lot, but still, any little bit of time I think is important. This dragon wasn't critical, and now they lost it anyway while also giving away gold.
And unfortunately now a little bit of map pressure can mean a lot of things. I mean, you're on 3 items for double lift, has that Mortal Reminder, Navori Flicker Blades, as well as the upgraded boots there. Zaya's no slouch in amount and speed of damage you could do. I think Baron
yeah.
could be on the table for near airport.
I think that's a great call, especially with TF Blade. He has the teleport right now, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage if he wants to show up to this one. But right now he's holding mid as the Baron you called out is starting. This is going to go down just disgustingly fast. So many feathers there as well. There's no response really to be had.
And Biofrost is just being annoying as heck. Is buying all the time in the world. They're going to try to chase him down. They want Pole Belter of all people. They know maybe he's too take. Okay, you go against the wall and just break your nose on it. Conviction have said this one might just be cooked. We needed something, and near airport, give it to him. Hot, fresh delivery straight to the dome. Near airport, looking to put the screws on this game, number 1.
Conviction are putting the screws to themselves, Lennon. They're just picking these fights that do not work for them. Manui was too into the thick of it. He didn't even get to cast his ult. He died mid-channel. So that really useful team fight, a power in the Seraphine, it's gone. And now, near airport, that lead was about 6,000, 7,000 with that Baron. And look what, now it's 10,000 gold.
And you might be like, but they can hold on for like 30 more minutes. You know, 56 minutes in the game. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's not fine. You got a bad batch or something. I don't know. Man, that 30-minute scaling dream is not going to be there. I know Senna is still very far behind in terms of being on that fully online potential that we know Senna's can be, and just feels like Near Airport have a really good grasp of how they can win this game, how they can attack. And I gotta say, man, Biofrost has been an MVP in this one. Like, it has been incredible how many clutch engages he has found, the predicts of a lot of the flashes and the mobility that's coming out from Conviction. It feels good to have the general here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really good. Again, that's right. I was talking about it earlier, too, that how, you know, there was that bit of roster shuffling going on, with Sushi and Kelpo. It was great to see them. To see the full force of this team when all 5 are present and accounted for, especially considering then finally, hold on.
Okay.
We're fighting.
Yeah, great entrance, heroic entrance. Every entrance you could possibly ask for coming through from near airport, and they're about to take their entrance into this game, into this series. This double lift, walking them down, looking for a triple. Can he get a quadra? He's looking for the knock up there from Biofrost. There goes the quadra.
Yeah.
Give him the penta. Double lift is back in action, and Biofrost and double lift, they're performing like they need to perform to continue pushing this lower bracket run. They want to give him the penta. It's not going to be nearly enough. It will be Poe Belter in the end that finishes the game after a quadra kill goes over to Chrome. Game 1 to near airport.
And wow, I mean, near airport, they come out swinging. Conviction, I really respect the game plan that they went for, just trying to skip a lot of, that pesky laning phase. These guys are good. We can just scale. The problem is, and we see it at every level of play, this kind of lack of understanding of when is a good time to actually fight and when you can give up these objectives, try to trade for gold, farm elsewhere. And Conviction, I think we saw some big mistakes in that regard. Part of it is credit to Near Airport. I think he did a really good job this early game, solidifying a good lead before some of those mistakes came through. So I think that contributed to maybe some desperation that Conviction were feeling.
And I think for Conviction, there's two sides of the coin, right? You can say, let's go for a full comfort comp that we know can work at the beginning and just try to get that win out of the way, or use it in the later part of the series. We saw this answer this time around. It unfortunately didn't come up big for them. So now trying to figure out where they can go from here in their draft, use some of those deep champion pools that we know they have to pull this series back, because near airport, they look dominant. They look like that lower bracket run is ripe for the picking for them. We'll see you on the other side of this break for game number 2. Darkwings is one of the strongest mage players in the NACL, dominating his opponents on his signature Victor and Hui picks both in lane and in team fights. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Darkwings today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence, as prodiff.gg only features coaches who have played in the NACL or the LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Darkwings and Kisno are one of the strongest and most synergistic mid-jungle duos in NACL, consistently catching out their opponents with decisive mid-ganks and side lane plays. Want to learn how they do it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Darkwings or Kisno today at prodiff.gg. They will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg. Breezy's tank support play has been dominant in the NACL, crushing his opponents both in lane and across the map. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Breezy today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 1 playoffs here. We're in the lower bracket run. It's Near Airport taking a 1-0 lead over Conviction. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and I could be more excited to join you, even in the fast-paced nature of you solo-casted a majority of that early opening and did all the opening show. So, my man, you take a little bit of rest. Just hang out with me here.
Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm also excited to be here with you, Lennon, not just because you showed up and saved me, but also because casting with you is fun, and this is an exciting series. And game one was exciting. It was
for
tough.
one side, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, there were moments where I kind of believed, hey, maybe it's possible, but I think it was, even at this point where this fight happened that we're looking at, I thought, oh, maybe. It's not impossible.
It's not,
it's
there's
not exactly
enough time
likely.
in the world,
Yeah, exactly. If Smolder gets to 600,000 stacks, maybe, sure, why not?
I'm just saying, if Doctor Strange was here, he would see that there's one possibility, like 70 minutes down the road that would work. Unfortunately, Near Airport are a little bit better than that, and they know exactly how to win their comp. They know exactly how to execute. And again, I have to say, like, I love the team coordination. I think Pobelter had some really good entrances. But a majority of these plays were kicked off by Biofrost. The killer instinct on this guy today has been nuts.
He's not even playing Kaisa. It's a really good look overall here. Yeah, I think Conviction had a lot of moments where I think they overstepped. Sometimes it was pretty egregious, and other times it was these little missteps. And Biofrost, he was really there to capitalize on pretty much all of it. And I think he was a big part of that success there from this team in the early game. And I think, honestly, really not just the success. I think it was it looked as easy as it was because of Biofrost.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just like almost a purely meta comp thing. The only weird part was the Zaya, but honestly, it still performed really well. You were seeing Doublelift kind of stunting with it as well, playing a lot more aggressively. And this just opens up so many options moving forward, because you have to remember, if you're new here, if you've been under a rock for the last 2 years, Fearless does mean that anything played in the first game can't be played anymore in the series. And while we have some big meta choices taken off the board for Doublelift and co., they have a lot of other things that they can go for. They have been ruthless. I mean, only faltering at the very end and falling below that kind of top 3 marker that we had for them in the regular season to that Winthrop squad. So really nice to see them performing extremely strongly here to start off this series.
And of course, again, if you want to keep up with all things NACL, you got to keep up with our socials, guys. It is hashtag NACL on Twitter, NACL on YouTube and Twitch, and of course, our Twitter account is at WatchNACL. You guys know the rules. We won't start the stream unless people are interacting with socials. So,
I read it in the contract. I don't know.
He did. We are required to. It's just kind of what it is. So, if
it's like with my caster start the game button, I'm like contractually obligated not to press it.
You guys can't see it, but it's there on his desk.
See it. It's right here. I'm literally looking at it right now.
I've seen pictures.
So game 2. For Conviction. It needs to come out a little bit stronger. The sad part is it was a composition that typically could look really good for Conviction, using some of their non-meta strengths as well, using the Senna that had been recently kind of rising in priority as well. But now kind of go back to the drawing board. For me, find Chrome something he can really play on. I want to see that guy flex his muscles against Doublelift. There's a reason why he got the most improved player last year as well. And just seeing him on something that he can have hands on, that he can carry on, can be a good ticket for Conviction.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, too, to see what this next game is going to be looking like. Because I was kind of posing this idea at the beginning of the show where, something I say when teams not in the top 3 have to face off against NALG or Dark Zero is the laners need to step up. Because the laners on those top 3 teams, really strong, kind of, again, above the pack as those teams are in general over everyone in NACL. So this comp from Conviction in game 1 kind of allows you to skip that a little bit because you just want to farm. You have okay enough matchups and you played the map in a way where your scalers could scale. Now, that option is kind of removed from you because you can't play Senna Smolder anymore. Now you're going to have to actually essentially lane into the members of Near Airport. So now it's going to be that challenge that we were talking about early on. Like, can they actually manage to perform? Because now, if you don't have a comp like that and you fall behind the same way, you're even less likely to come back and win.
Yeah, and specifically looking at some of the drafting and the bans that are going to be coming through, I don't know if we'll necessarily get that many adaptations, that many changes, but I absolutely think that, you know, the Tristana for double lift needs to stay as a little bit of a second thought there in terms of when you're going to be taking that away, or if you want to ban that away. We did get word that Conviction will be selecting blue side, as is tradition from the losing side at this point. We'll see what they want to go with. There's got to be big power picks on the table for them. I would love to see even Hoarder get a little bit of something there, maybe with a first pick potential for him, looking at like Jace's, Rumbles, things along those lines.
Yeah, I think that's an option. It'll be tough because we know TF Blade's going to answer with that Zion, but if they can create a situation for him and put him on something that can kind of have that more late game impact, I think that'll be good.
I gotta say, one little caveat.
Okay.
Hoarder was the one to pull out the Nidalee first, and when he did it, it looked real good. He almost solo won the game in the side lane for them. When TF did it, I don't know. Just go look at the results. Is all I'm saying. Maybe Hoarder pulls it out. Maybe he shows TF Blade who's boss and gets the series evened up here. But we're into game number 2's picks and bans. It is immediately that Yone going to be banned away by Conviction, and we'll wait for Near Airport, as they do like to take up a little bit of their time. It will be Darkwings' Azir taken away.
Yeah, I have a feeling that first rotation is going to be pretty much the same as what we saw early on. Yeah, like Sion. So you're probably going to see a J-Span end up coming through as well. And we'll see what the angle ends up being. I think maybe we're going to end up seeing something like a first pick Talia, because she kind of made it through the whole of Game 1 draft without any real appearance coming through here. With Vi out of the picture, with Xin, you may not have the the traditional pairings that we've seen a lot so far in Split 1, but I think she's a strong enough champion that you probably just want to be able to put something like that in the hands of Darkwings, just because, again, he's been such a big part of this team's success overall alongside Kizno. So kind of giving him the strongest picks you can, trying to make full use of that first pick here on blue side is important.
It is. You can gain a lot from it. We've seen the first picks really pay out dividends in these series we've seen over the last couple weeks. It is that Jace I mentioned going to be that first pick going through for Hoarder.
Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine they chose the Lucian just to remove an early game option from Chrome, and I think because they must have something in mind for TF Blade to play into the Jace, so that one will be interesting. The angle could just be to have Spica gank over and over again, because the Pantheon is coming through here. It is going to make side laning that much more dangerous.
Yep, and I think Spica, the Fury is legendary so far. I really appreciate his Pantheon. The way that you can kind of dictate a lot of fights, the way you can kind of dictate that momentum, that's right up Spica's wheelhouse. Consistently, he's been like the best jungler besides UG in this split. It's been really impressive what he's been able to do. The Varus going to provide a little bit of 2v2 pressure there on the other side. Going to play with the Jhin to try to get a little bit of sustainability in the fighting damage in bot lane 2v2, but support in the later parts, and Maokai as a space saver.
Yeah, and this is a great pick, especially for Conviction, because we've seen more than once that Manui is willing to pilot that one. It's great with what's showing already, and it still gives them a little bit of that flexibility. And you mentioned it, Nidalee is going to come through here for TF Blade, so we're going to see.
Second time's the charm? Is that what they say? I thought it was third time's the charm.
It is third, but maybe we're going to skip that one. We'll see. Near Airport, usually biggest success comes in threes. Remember, Winthrop, it took them 3 tries. Now they're here because of it. So now what I'm most curious about there for Conviction, you got to imagine it's going to be more targeting of that mid pool against Darkwings. So what are they going to be able to throw his way? I might be looking for something like a Victor. There's already a good amount of range I think that Conviction are playing with. You have Maokai good at playing defense. So that might be the play here.
I'm not super sold on the Nidalee here, because not only that, I mean, it is pretty good into the Jace, so he's definitely picking it to kind of deal with that, be that kind of side lane matchup here. But I feel like Hoarder is going to kind of know the ins and outs. If he was willing to play it on stage and have that much success on it, I feel like he's definitely gotten a little bit of practice on it, at least see if he's able to dictate that matchup there. But the Ahri is going to set up Spica. Pobelter and Spica going to be the main saving grace of this early game for Near Airport.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd be really surprised if it just ended up being something like not. Okay, so it is going to be the Rise. Even though the buffs are coming on that next patch, he is still at a pretty strong position. You have wave clear, and I think it's actually going to be kind of hard for Pobelter to fully use that mobility. I think that empowered Rune Prism and the fact that Maokai is also here in this game, Nautilus, it could actually make it harder for these really slippery champions that Near Airport are looking for to play with.
There's a lot of CC on the side of Conviction as well. Have a lot to play with there. It's been a theme for them so far in this series. I think it's a rightful theme indeed. On the other side, we see that Braum locked in. So we got the General of Biofrost going to be on the wall blocker there, but also that kind of follow-through engage. But more so, I'm looking at that 2v2 here. I mean, you have to think there's going to be a lot of fireworks down there to try to see who can edge out that advantage. I'm very curious which version Doublelift wants to go for into the Jin. Usually that poke helps in the lane, but that lethal tempo could look pretty spicy. We're getting into game 2 now. Can Conviction convince themselves of this series and get us to a tied up 1-1 state? Or will Near Airport push us to match point and move their lower bracket run on to the next ring? Game 2 starting now.
And again, after a difficult game 1, Conviction bouncing back with a less spicy composition than we often see for them. So now I'm really interested in what this top lane is going to be looking at, because you mentioned bot lane. It's worth noting Doublelift is going for on hit, so it doesn't have as much range to work with. I think because it's Ahri and this AD Nidalee that's more for split pushing, he's kind of forced to go this build, because I think otherwise it really just would be better this game when you're playing up against like Nautilus, Jin, this whole comp basically. I think you want as much space as possible in the Zell. So I think there's going to be angles. Biofrost is playing Braum, so he's going to be able to defend him a little bit. So Doublelift's positioning, I think, is going to be really important because, again, he's going auto attack this game, so he's got to space really well.
Yeah, I mean, that spacing is going to be so hard in this comp. You just imagine being locked down so easily.
If one thing touches you, Leonard,
you're
it's
literally
over.
cooked.
I don't even know why he took cleanse, especially because you're into Nautilus. It feels so bad, but you have to respect it with the rest of what Conviction are working with.
It's the cleanse and QSS angle, maybe, you know? The double respect.
And what is it, Mikhail's?
There you go. I do want to see the map states, though, as we get Peter out into these laning phases, as well as the jungle pathing. Going to be a little bit opposite here, a little bit mirrored. And Spica is actually going to be getting that bot side focus potentially for himself. And I appreciate that. I mean, I think getting the Varus ahead makes it so difficult for Chrome to even exist in a lot of these situations on the Jin. But as we said, big focus down there, at least for NA. On the other side, Conviction could be potentially looking elsewhere. They're going to also look in bot lane in that 2v2 as they got the level 2 advantage.
Yeah, makes sense. I think Jin Nautilus overall, pretty strong in that 2v2. It'll be a little easier for Biofrost to interact once he gets access to the Unbreakable. You know, every time Nautilus goes in, you can just throw up the big wall and say no.
Big shawarma.
Yeah. Oh, I had shawarma last night, man.
Dude, look at it. It's such a cool skin. I love it. It's just a giant shawarma oven. But these two guys definitely take a little bit of the whole cake when you're looking at these teams. I think Kisno, one of the biggest prospects, I think, right now in the NACL in terms of what he was able to accomplish outside of the league itself. A lot of praise being given to him as well for his off-season antics. Spica, I mean, he's legendary in his own right and has been proving that this split so far holistically, as he is one of those big two super consistent members in him and Pobelter for Near Airport.
Yeah, and I think bringing it back to Kisno, he's a player who I've really enjoyed watching because he's been, since he first joined on Supernova a few years back now, you really see the difference step by step how he's evolved as a player. I very clearly started off not having a single clue what he's doing, Mazel. This is years ago now. And, you know, split by split as time goes on, it's really clear that dedication to improvement is there because he continues to grow as a player. Oh,
a little flash play going to be gotten in top side. TF Blade will burn his. See Kisno without his as well.
Yeah, so I mean, that's going to alleviate some pressure here, but it's going to add some pressure on the bottom side. Manui's going to be able to avoid those concussive blows. I think that quite literally saved his life, or at least his flash Lennon. So Spica is not going to be able to do much other than be mid lane. Oh, this is interesting.
Oh. Ships in the night. Darkwing's in trouble now. Pobelter and Spica finally trying to get... oh, okay. Well, you know, typically it goes like once the thing hits, then you can, you know. But this time around, just testing the reflexes of Darkwings.
Yeah.
Going to go back. I'm making fun of it, but honestly, if Near Airport are going to have a real big hope in this early game, I do want to see this combination pulled off cleanly because it's such a deadly combination. I mean, the Pantheon stun damage plus the charm and everything that follows through with the RE, it's 100-0.
Yeah, they definitely have some chain CC on their own right. And I think overall, Pobelter and Spica have really been the highlights of this team for me so far this split. Ever consistent and the best performing players just kind of top to bottom for the entire split. And I think that just continues to show in how they draft and how they play. I think even in that last game where Pobelter was playing the Galio, he still had a massive impact even though he wasn't playing quite a carry role.
And that's the most interesting factor of it all. It is, you know, sometimes you can
Galio
just do
look
it on
great.
anything. Yeah, I mean, hey, if Faker could do it, Pobelter could do it, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
No, but it actually looked really good, and a lot of the pressure he provided early. He just has a really good mindset on like how and when he can approach parts in fights. And I think you got to see a little bit of the confidence in the last time we got an interview with him, which was actually hilarious.
I was wondering if that would come up.
I was MVP. As, we'll see if he does earn that one this time around. Chrome and Manui going to get pressed on by Biofrost and Double Lift, and nothing else going to come of it. And you can see there's a pretty even state down there. TF Blade not having flash, going to take a little bit of a shock blast. Not going to find much else. Spica going to try to get his own gank in bot side. Chrome has fallen prey to what is the prey of any Jhin, as he has gotten locked down. Double Lift going to flash out of the deadly flourish as Darkwings has come to support his team, bringing in the reinforcements. And it will be summoner spells bursted aplenty.
Yeah, so I like that angle there from Darkwings. Try and see if he can turn that play around. And it's just good defense overall, I think, from Conviction. Because right now, there's a lot of focus topside because of how oppressive that Nidalee can be in lane. You can trade auto attacks, you can heal yourself, and you're going to continue to be a problem if you get ahead. So Kizno, he's spending a lot of his timers ganking top, which is cool. Oh,
flash
hold on.
for it.
I'm pretty
flash
sure.
for it, Darkwings. Flash for it. Let's
It's
go,
the TikTok
baby.
rise.
Darkwings. Oh, it is, baby. You got the play. You got the moves. Darkwing gets first blood for Conviction.
Yeah, there was just no world where Double Lift walked away from that one, I fear. So that wave is going to be dropped. It's going to be a kill onto the rise. It's just going to make it quicken that timer it takes him to get to.
All I'm going to say, beat down. It's just that prodiff.gg diff.
True. Remember, guys, Darkwings, he's a coach on prodiff.gg. Mazel did an ad about it. This is the kind of training you could get if you just sign up.
Look at those moves when he's running, man. He's got,
I know.
He just knows.
The stride.
Really good stuff from Darkwings to get that side lane pick, kind of knowing that he had the angle, knowing that there really wasn't going to be much on the other side of things for Double Lift on there. But it does feel really nice for them to have this kind of breathing room early. I did really like some of the proactive things that NA could do in the early game. They have not found any of that so far, Beat.
No, not at all. Again, it's just great defense, preventing any real answer from Spica because of all the attention Kizno's putting up topside. So I think it's just been a good strategy here from Conviction. Clearly practiced, and it's working kind of to perfection at the moment. They have a small gold lead, which is entirely because of the kill that Darkwings is able to earn. And he's already rocking that Catalyst of Aeons, Mazel, so that Rod of Ages, you know, is coming very shortly.
Could be, also could be the stop up, but I do really like the Rod of Ages on Rise. Typically does get completed there in the end. It is going to be a bit of a late dragon pickup here by Conviction. No real response from near airport yet. The grubs are spawned on the other side, and it's not going to be a trade. Spica's on this side of the map, so it should be a double contest by Conviction for both early neutral objectives. Yeah,
and the thing is too, because there are waves to farm, I think for Conviction, what I'd really want to see them is just take a grub and walk away. If they can take two, that's wonderful, Marcel. But as long as they don't let all three go like they did in Game 1, I think it's going to be fine. You want to limit their ability to take turrets, especially because TF Blade is playing this Nidalee. That is the more of a split pusher, a role in the top lane. So being able to limit the turret damage and his power to split push, I think would be really good there for Conviction. But, you know, they spent their timer on the Dragon. It's not going to be quite simple for them to do the grubs right away.
Looking at what item completions are going to be coming through here soon. We did have double boot stop off by Chrome and Double Lift. Double Lift just trying to get some of that early attack speed, especially for any of these contested objectives. We did get there, both of them moving towards mid. We have TP available for Pobelter, coming up for Darkwing soon. But want to see how many bodies we're going to get up here for this grub tussle.
Yeah, I'm also quite curious. And that's why you're seeing the lane assignments as they are. Darkwings is pretty much going to have TP by the time he shows up to lane. So it's just going to be about who is pulling that trigger. Right now, with these waves starting to bounce towards Conviction, it should be near airport. And again, Conviction, you're really happy with just one. They're going to be able to walk and take one to prevent all three from going. That would be great. Just don't know if the angle is quite there for them yet.
Yeah. Just as a little foreshadowing there, I know Double Lift was kind of slinking around that corner, but that is a very deadly play that Varus can pull off out of fog, popping the Chains of Corruption, and absolutely bursting somebody with the lethal tempo procs. We'll see if it does end up getting pulled off, but now it's going to be Biofrost and Double Lift going to be engaged on that. That charge hits on the 3, plus the Nature's Grasp. Biofrost going to be forced to flash, gets away from the Shock Blast. A return kill goes to Manui, or goes on to Manui rather, as the Hammer Slam is not going to be enough. Pobelter, he does end up going down in the end to Hoarder. After all of that, it is a trade of 1-1, but this gives control to Conviction over the Grubs.
Yeah, and again, this is why I wasn't a big fan of that Ahri pick, just because, again, you saw how easy it was for them to be able to knock down Pobelter and blow him up before he can get any real damage done, even though he secured 1 kill. So, successful fight for Conviction. They're going to get 2 of the 3 Grubs, which I think is a big win for them. And they end up going 1 for 1. So, I mean, we take those any day of the week, Lennon.
And I got to say, we've talked up Pobelter so much. That was a bold one. I'm not going to... Uses the ult straight into the enemy team in a CC-based composition like that for Conviction. I think it's just Conviction playing really well to what works for them and how to play around each other. And I know we started seeing a little bit of that in game number 1, but this is a team in Conviction who've had some really clutch wins. They've had some really tight-knit games, and it comes to that togetherness, that play decision-making, that kind of decisiveness the team has in a lot of team fights that really brings it to a T for them. And I want to continue seeing that, and that's what we're starting to see in game 2.
Yeah, and I think it was really important for them to be able to bring that up here against near airport. Conviction weren't able to win that upper bracket match there in the second round, so it was a tough loss, I think, for them after beating CCG again. But I mean, he has Flash. You might have to use it. Ramble Stack?
Yeah. He has the shield. Depth charge going to be used. Unbreakable is there, but now Spica has to flash himself. Does end up getting away from the Bravos match, but it's going to be Manui with the anchor from the depths to claim Spica. Meanwhile, Pobelter getting some resets. The Deadly Flare's not going to be there. Near airport have fallen to pieces here, as they are just getting picked apart. Conviction looking like a very different team here in game number 2.
Oh, I think he brought minions.
They brought everybody. They brought 2. God. Pobelter's getting the outplay. Oh, okay. He doesn't actually. Oh, with the last auto attack. Got the kill. So it will be the trade for Pobelter. But I think it's worth it.
Yeah, it's going to be worth, especially because TF Blade and Hoarder both teleported. So Hoarder has time to collect the wave mid. The losses on top are equal. So at the end of it, Conviction, I think, still pretty happy with that skirmish, especially just being able to keep Pobelter off the map and allow Darkwings to get this big lead.
We're going to take a look back at that play bot side. Spica just overextending, fighting for much longer than I expected him to, but really good pounce on them by Conviction, and Manui with a lollipop right around the corner.
Yeah, I think he just held his flash for too long. Spica did. I think that's what really hurt him in the end there. And while Pobelter did a pretty good job being able to secure a kill in the back half, still time he's spending not farming, and again, it's allowing Darkwings, to be able to get far ahead of him. Manui, we'll ignore the depth, the dredge line. We'll ignore it. It didn't happen.
Kill for
no, it's okay. Close your eyes.
1 in a million.
Yeah.
We got another play on bot side, this time trying to take a rebuttal against Mr. Darkwings himself. And Spica will end up getting that gold, goes on his second kill, but the trade, I think, is going to be in kind for Conviction as they'll take this turret down. Not even close, first turret to CNV.
Making use of the the 2 grubs that Conviction were able to get earlier on, but still it's a kill on the Darkwings, which feels pretty good. He's already stacking that Rod of Ages, so he's going to continue to scale. And it's going to give NA the easy opportunity to secure this Drake. I think that's why you're seeing Hoarder, especially with Kizno being nearby, feel very confident pushing that wave into that tier 2 turret. Now, really, it's just going to give them a good setup there to go for this Rift Herald. My expectation is that Conviction will try to use that and break open mid if they get it.
We do have our first item spikes. Obviously, the feats of strength have already been completed for Conviction. But we do have some fighting potential around that Rift Herald if Near Airport want to contest. I do like the Blade of the Rune King spike as well as the Trinity Force for TF Blade. But that's the setup I want to talk about here is normally when you're grabbing this Nidalee, already by this point, you are a menace. Like, as you get the Trinity Force, you are pretty much untouchable, and you can absolutely batter down turrets in the side lane. That turret up there is looking real healthy for Hornet.
He hasn't touched it. Oh, hold on.
Dark Wings could try to maneuver his way out of this one, but Pobelter's got many charges left, and Spica will claim the kill in the end. Goes 3-1 now to start it off as this Pantheon. The trade is the Rift Herald on the other side for Conviction.
Yeah, I think he overstepped a little bit. You got to recognize that you're the play, especially when your team is on the other side of the map trying to secure that Rift Herald. So you give a response to Near Airport, they get another kill there onto Spica, and that's just a taste of what he's going to be able to do on these next couple minutes as we're exiting lane phase. Again, this Grand Starfall is pretty... it makes for a pretty dangerous jungler when it comes to split pushing because, of course, they can join from so many screens away.
Yeah.
And the Realm Warp can also kind of do that, but it's a little bit slower, not as consistent. So I think the side laners there for Conviction are going to have to be really aware of overstepping their bounds, especially when Pantheon ultimates up.
And we're starting to see the fruits of the labor here. About a 20 CS lead for Spica, about a 10, 15, 20 CS lead fluctuating for Double Lift. There's a small one for TF Blade. It was definitely better early at about a 30 CS, 40 CS lead over Hoarder. But that's where a lot of this little gold lead that Near Airport have accumulated has come from. About a 1.5K lead. They are still the composition that I much prefer have a bigger lead in this situation, though, as Conviction are going to be getting to their second item. And that third item, that's a big break point for them.
Yeah, especially when you think about champs like Ryze and Jace. The damage is going to be pretty huge. And even Chrome, I think you'll probably agree. The IE for Jhin, especially if you look at NA's comp, no actual true tanks, not a whole lot of armor being built. I think that IE will feel really good for Chrome. I say that as I see a dagger in his inventory, so, you know, never mind. Never mind.
Wrecked.
Yeah, my fault.
Yep. Mosquito build incoming.
Yeah.
But, you know...
Wait.
Jhin.
Don't tell me. They're not building static shiv again, right? Surely not.
Probably, maybe RFC. I don't know. We'll see with the lack of range maybe with some of that situation. But we'll see what he ends up going.
Could be.
I do like some of this move from Near Airport towards this top side of the map. Try to maybe get some proactive plays going. Connect Biofrost and Spica as often and early as possible. That early side of things definitely coming to the end here. I'm imagining we're very close to those second items, but something I'm also noticing, there's a lot of MR boots in the game. There's
a lot
8
of
of
Merc
them.
Treads. I mean, there's so much CC that Merc Treads is unfortunately just the correct answer this game, Mazel.
I mean, is that then on Chrome and Double It for not also going Merc Treads and just joining the team? Like that's like watching like a team of players all together with the matching outfits, and then just one of each of their team just has like a random outfit on.
Yeah. No, I mean, I feel like it's valid because imagine building Merc Treads on hit Varus.
But imagine the teamwork. Imagine the benefit, the mental benefit of being right there with your team.
Synergy. Oh my God, wait. Okay, you know, Lennon, I hadn't considered it that way, and I think you actually might be onto something.
Might be.
Lift,
I might also not be.
Chrome,
the decision is left to be known.
No, you've convinced me. I'm in. Double Lift and Chrome, they're inters. Get these guys out of here.
Absolutely. We'll see in this next Dragon setup who takes that step forward with their second Dragon. It is the Chemtech Soul, providing a little bit of tenacity and some of the stats going their way. The Atacon will also be spawning on bot side in about a minute. I think their team really in a confident position to be taking that anytime soon. Have a massive huddle around mid lane from both teams.
I like that you called it a huddle. It's very accurate, too.
Oh, it's not a huddle anymore. It's a scrum. Okay, we're going back to huddles. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I got rugby knowledge. Look at that.
Dude, oh, is that where that's from? Damn.
Yeah.
I was going to be like, okay, project manager, my fault.
Hey, it works both ways, baby. It
Yeah,
works both
it
ways.
does.
All right, TF Blade versus Darkwings. Okay, Darkwings is taking a huge chunk, but now TF Blade missing that spear. It's going to back him off. To get the Rift Herald play in mid lane, charges, but can't get the turret. Realm Warp going to be used by Darkwings as the Grand Starfall is on his way. Exit strategy, staged left for Darkwings.
All right, All right, Isaac. I see you.
It's the
Nicely
perfect
done.
answer.
It really is, because, like, Nidalee not going to stop you.
And you can get
What
it
are you
off
worried
every
about?
time before he gets there. I mean, it would have been close for sure. But he
Yeah.
kind of suspected as soon as TF Blade stepped forward that something was coming.
Yeah. But, like, look how clean it looked. You know what I mean? That's really what I'm, like, focused on here. And, of course, it gives Kisno the chance to take Drake because he's like, oh, Speak is top. Great. Well, now I get to stack some dragons. And
I
while
was
it is,
right.
You were right. And
It's a
Kemp's
little buzz.
Oh, it's a little buzz.
Little mosquito boy running around there, Chrome. I like
Yeah.
it. Maybe not, but we'll see. In
Maybe
the end,
not.
I really hope IE comes through next. We'll see what it ends up
Surely.
being. Could be Mortal Reminder, but I doubt that highly.
I too don't.
And we will get those second item spikes now. Some of that scaling really starting to come online for Darkwings. I mean, the Seraphs plus Rod of
Yeah.
Ages spike is pretty huge. And unfortunately, Pobelter just lagging behind a bit. You start seeing some of that CS differential be a little bit wider for near airport, but it's kept them about that 1.5K consistent lead this entire game.
Yeah, I will say the gold, especially as we get a little further on, is going to be pretty nice there for Conviction. Again, Hoarder and Darkwings are only getting stronger as time goes on. And right now, I guess they just want to go ahead and start this. I mean, Hoarder and Chrome are already in a pretty strong point. They think they can get away with this. I think it is absolutely worth doing, especially with Darkwings TPing in.
This is feeling like some really good team play by Conviction, and they're going to pounce right onto near airport. Deadly Flourish into the curtain call, and now Spica is already out of the fight. The lockdown comes through with an the lollipop again. That same corner. There might be a corner store there, and it's selling lollipops for near airport, though TF Blade has showed up. He's got that big spike with the Trinity Force. It's going to be the Atacon going the way of Kisto, and immediately near airport pull away from the fight. They don't have the range to stick it.
Yeah, so nice from Conviction. They're able to secure that one. They go get the 2-for-2, but they get the Otacon, which is huge. It's going to be able to upgrade, of course, all the Blood Roses on the map, give it to them as well. So you get that extra experience and stats coming through, and of course, it's just get that much more value in team fights as well with every takedown. So a really much needed win there for a Conviction, especially with near airport trying to really step up to that objective. And I gotta say, even though near airport are up 500 gold, I think Conviction are not too worried about this game overall, Mazel.
Absolutely.
Like, I think they're in a pretty good position.
They are chilling. They got the AC on. They got the music on full blast. They are just hanging out for the road trip right
slow
now.
Ride.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. I like that. A little shout out there.
Yeah.
Is that your road trip music? I like it.
It's my Guitar Hero music, but yeah.
There you go. Okay. But right now, I mean, like we had said over and over again, near airport really needed a big lead to kind of play through this. They have some scaling of their own. I'm not saying they don't, but my goodness, if you get to this 3-4 item spike for Conviction, I don't know, man. It's like one of the Exodia comps.
I think it's really hard for near airport to play. So really now it's going to be about them trying to take what they can, grouping.
Another engage. The health bar is not sticking very healthily. Double Lift gets caught by the Nature's Grasp, just stands and fights and goes down. A Shock Blast will go through, as well as Darkwings going with the Realm Warp. This is where TF Blade gets his most value on the Nidalee. What he can do while his team is being ran through the dirt is going to be an important factor.
And not a whole lot is the answer to that question. I think it's a nice move from Hoarder to be able to drop that wave, join his team, and just collect whatever else he can on the
and just move quick, move fast. He wanted the minion wave. Enough. He wanted to steal it from Pobelter. It's fine.
The efficient farming, maybe, just to get to his next camp as quick as possible. It's the only thing I can really think of. But yeah, TF Blade not able to do much in the side lane. He is farming. He is a threat in the 1v1, but Conviction clearly picking their timers to limit the damage TF Blade's able to do. Really a big difference between game 1 and now, Mazel, where TF Blade was running roughshod on the Gwen.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a harkening back to what the possibilities are with Conviction when they are playing as one. And it's been my biggest moment. And honestly, like, the biggest difference maker between Conviction and a lot of the other teams, especially between like them and the sister of CCG, who were right there neck and neck the entire season, is Conviction had that team play, had that togetherness. There was a ton of synergy in game and out of game between a lot of these players. And I'd love to see that coming through in game number 2, but it's going to take a lot more than that to take down a Titan like near Airport.
Right.
As they are looking on this top side. Darkwing's going to try to take a side lane turret.
Oh, and he's going to succeed. Any gold into Darkwing's pocket is going to feel so good. The trade for the tier 2, of course, is going to benefit NA quite a bit. It's just going to be about stalling now. Darkwings doesn't quite have the teleport, and if you look, Chrome is taking this tier 2 turret, and there's really not an angle for Conviction, or rather near Airport, to do anything like Baron.
My brain just got like jumbled around in my head.
Yeah.
The Sterix Gauge coming through for TF Blade's second.
Oh.
Typically you're seeing the Shojins, the Sundered Sky, you're seeing anything else. I mean, it is a bruiser item. I guess it fits the threshold that you're looking for her. But we'll see if it actually pays through.
You know what it is too, Mazel? It also gives tenacity.
It does.
So,
I mean, it does.
Yeah, so there's value. I see the vision. That's what I'll say.
Seeker's arm guard.
Whoa.
TF Blade is cooking, bro. I'm gonna wait to say if it's a good dish or a bad dish at the end of this one, but we'll keep checking in on that. That's a heck of a build going down there. As we did get that dragon taken over by Conviction, as TP or at least Realm Warp came through from Darkwings. That'll be third dragon. So now near Airport on a 5-minute timer for a Chemtech Soul to Conviction on a scaling team composition.
Yeah, Chemtech Soul. It feels like a Soul where if you're already ahead, it's like a win more type of buff because it's damage when you're below 50% health, you do and take 10% more and less damage. So it is that small buff, but really adds up when you're already ahead and can continue to tip the scales in your favor. So the fact that Conviction are really scaling up into this game, a buff like that I think would make NA's life a little bit harder, especially when you're playing for resets with something like the Ari.
He's got the IE now, so he feels really confident with the shot. If he hit that third shot, Doublelift is dead right there, 100%. Absolutely incredible stuff from Chrome to utilize the strength of the Jhin on the 3-item spike. I absolutely love that he went with the IE third. It could have been second, but giving him that damage potential now. The next big spike is the Lord Doms, but Chrome is a damage factor in these fights now.
Yeah, for sure. Again, not a whole lot of armor on the other side, so he's already in such a powerful position.
Oh my god. The TP is not even through yet. Spica's already in the fight. Pobelts are going to pop the backline. Chrome is on the wrong side of the fight now as well. He's going to have to flash out. Multiple flashes coming through. TF Blade is on the backline too. Those Kilger claws are sinking deep, but Kisto, Hoarder, and Darkwing, they made the difference. They found the picks on a Pobelter, double-lifted Spica, and now they're going to turn onto the Baron.
Oh, and I think they're going to get it. The damage is too great for TF Blade and the rest of Near Airport to deal with. TF Blade, he's just a mosquito here in a world of fly swatters as he can't do anything to Conviction as they take the Baron.
Yeah, did you know Jace from Arcane was walking around with the fly swatter the entire time? It's crazy to know. As Hoarder with the first pick, Jace, having a massive differential in this game number 2. 4-1-2 on 3 items. You love to see the confidence and the payoff of that confidence.
And speaking of payoff, Darkwings is really paying off this Rise pick as well. Now he's finished the death cap. He also has those tier 3 boots from the Feat of Warfare. So you get flat pen, you have percentage pen. And now don't worry, Lennon. He also has Seeker's arm guards. He just bought that. So he's also going to be really hard to kill in these fights. I got to say, it's been a really nice bounce back there from Conviction. You watch game 1, you get a little concerned, especially when you consider that going into this one, I think it's fair to say Conviction underdogs in this matchup. But for them to be able to bounce back with this comp that I think they've actually played out pretty nicely for the most part, aside from an oopsie here or there,
couple
is a really nice thing to say. Yeah.
It really is. It shows a lot of reservation, a lot of coordination between Conviction.
Yes.
And it's really easy to let the momentum fully swing out of your favor with a game like that game number 1. And a lot of the one-sided games we've had here in NACL over the last couple days. But this one definitely was a bit more contested, but the entire time Conviction knew what they were striving for. They knew their win conditions, and they were playing to it beautifully. Now, Conviction going to look to push in. They still have this Baron buff for another 1 minute and 25 seconds on a few more members. Unfortunately, Chrome does not have that will, but still going to be continuing to press the mantle of near airport.
Yeah, and Pobelter, they got to go for something at this point, but I don't know if he realizes Darkwings is already back. The thing is, if Pobelter gets too close, he's going to get CC'd and killed.
Oh, he got spotted out. He got spotted. They know. Oh, no, they're going to take the fight anyways. Okay, Darkwings is man marking. Maybe this is the moment. Chrome opens up, though. Kisno getting low. Tia Blade goes golden, buys a lot of time, but the fourth shot rings true on Biofrost. Meanwhile, the Realm Warp's going to be used to get back into the fight, and Pobelter can't even join. This is dastardly. This is devastating, and Conviction convince us that we got a series on our hands.
They sure do. Mazel, a great bounce back from the boys on this Conviction roster, and it's near airport. We're going to have to go back to the drawing board in Game 3.
They are indeed. Chrome throwing up the Jin emotes just like any good Jin main would. Chrome having to pop off. We had big setups from both solo laners from Conviction, and now they'll take a little bit of that momentum in game number 3 as they take a little bit more on the back end of it. It's now 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, and I got to say again, really want to give some props over to Conviction. I think they played out this comp really nicely in that early game. A lot of attention from Kisno on the top lane to put pressure on Nidalee. And of course, good responses from the bot lane of Conviction. And of course, roams from Darkwings to be able to limit some of the responses that Spica could go for. I think with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 situations, it almost looked like that entire game was right as planned. Executed almost perfectly.
Yeah. That 1.5K lead was so faulty for near airport
so
in those first like 20 minutes. I gotta say, a little bit of signaling of the end. I know it was something very small, but that first attempted play by Spica and Pobelter that just went completely wrong. I think kind of was a sign of the times there, and we didn't see another play from them for like 8 minutes after that, right? And I think if you're gonna grab this RE Pantheon composition, you have to be relentless in what you're able to pull off as a mid-jungle duo. They weren't able to, and Conviction answer strongly. We'll see what Game 3 has in store and who takes that step forward to match point after a short little break.
Fist fight any celebrity? Probably Dwayne The Rock Johnson, honestly. I'd want to go at it with him.
I don't know many celebrities like actors or you gotta make sure you win, so you gotta pick the smallest person you know. I'll go with Danny DeVito. He's short and old. Surely I can take him. If I can't, that's sad.
A fist fight, like, for me to win, I would fist fight. Who do I really not like? Nah, I think I would. You know, I keep like Speed. Like, I would fist fight him. I know I would get beat up, but it would be funny. It would be for sure be really funny. Yeah.
I don't even know. I guess, you know, the first celebrity comes to mind is probably Faker. I think I could take him out in a fight for sure, you know. I don't think that guy goes to gym and stuff, so I think I'll take him out easy.
Supernova's bot lane has been a shining light for their team, led by Rhino's strong laning and teamfight engages. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Rhino today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. ProDiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Levitate's standout play on carries like Kaisa and Jinx builds on his Rookie of the Split performance in the 2024 Summer Split. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Levitate today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. ProDiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or the LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Tomio's aggressive jungle play has led Luminosity to the top of the NACL standings. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Tomio today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. ProDiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 1 playoffs. We're in the lower bracket here, where Conviction bring us a series as we tie it up 1-1 in this best of 5 between Near Airport and Conviction. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard. And what a game 2 it was, and being able to see at least a little bit of that life from Conviction across the board, that team play that we knew them so well for.
Yeah, I think it was honestly a really good bounce back after what was honestly a tough game 1 for Conviction Esports. So they were able to play out this early game, I think, really nicely. And unfortunately for Near Airport with their comp, I think they were on a really short timer, to be honest, especially with considering how quickly Darkwings was able to get online on the rise, how well they defended their bot lane early. When Kizno spent a lot of his attention top lane, there were very few avenues for Spica and the rest of Near Airport to play out this early game. So yeah.
It's, yeah. I mean, it was a lot of just really good decision making, and maybe not so much on the other side of things. But this is the kind of series we know and love. This is what the lower bracket dreams are made of.
Yes, sir.
And trying to go all the way the distance, something we did not get yesterday in that previous series in the upper bracket. There were a couple plays from Near Airport that did have some merit to them. We saw some of that proactivity, but it just wasn't enough towards this scaling composition. Something that Conviction now have gone for twice. Didn't work in the double stacking scaling setup in game number 1, but in this one where they had more bridge building, more in-between gameplay that they could really pull off, helped a lot.
At game 1, they all in on the late game, which really bit them in the behind because they sacked a lot of the early game. This time around, though, more of that bridge building that you mentioned, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to pull out in the second, or rather the third game of the series. And we're going to decide who moves up to match point, because remember, guys, this is lower bracket. Lose and you're out. Win and you are guaranteed top 3, and you get to play Dark Zero for the chance at grand finals against Luminosity, who have already locked it.
Yeah, and those are some impressive teams to have to go into, especially with the performance Luminosity Gaming gave us yesterday. And both these teams vying for that championship berth if they can get there. I know after that game one momentum, we were like, what can possibly happen in this series here? But I'm glad to see that rebuttal coming through. And a lot of clean gameplay is going to be needed. Sometimes scrappy gameplay, definitely, to make sure you clutch out situations. But we know both these teams are extreme team fighting teams. And I want to see that adapted for in this game number 3.
Yeah, again, this is Fearless, guys. So a lot of champs already out of the picture right away. So now it's going to, we're going to have to see how deep these pools go. Even though the experience from both of these rosters differs in terms of a scope, if you will, a lot of these guys overall, whether it's tier 1, tier 2, they've been playing the game for quite a while. So you got to imagine these champion pockets run deep, Mazel.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, though, the real chefs to throw in some exotic ingredients, it's definitely going to be Conviction on their side of things. I want to see if they get anything going. I expect these kind of contested 2v2 lanes to still be a factor here, because we've now seen that, you know, bot lane advantages can really lean out to a lot on both sides of things, and now maybe focusing in on what that 2v2 is going to be looking like in a game number 3.
Yeah, I think something now that, because Conviction chose sides game 1 and 2, so now that Near Airport have the choice, you got to imagine it's going to be blue side. Maybe we'll see them vie for some of those exciting 2v2s that we mentioned. I think my favorite one lately that we've seen is Zed Oriana. Oh my god, this has never happened before, guys.
That's great. It's blue side.
But yeah, I mean, it's going to open up for Zed Oriana if they can find the angle. They've been banning Oriana both games 1 and 2 during that second rotation. Now that sides have swapped, maybe they can go for that route. A lot of teams aren't really banning Nefiri as much lately. We know Spica loves the champion, so that could easily be a B1 for them if that is up and available.
The Jace got a lot of value with that B1 in game number 2. Just saying. B1 value has been really impressive. Obviously, I wasn't here for B1 in game number 1, but you
That's
know.
okay, but you know.
In the end, yeah, you know, things go down where a lot of those pros, a lot of those big heavy picks, especially in a Fearless setup like this, become even more important as time goes down, because now you got to think at the end of the bans of this game, we will have 30 champions already taken off the board out of the plethora that is in League of Legends, but it definitely makes things a little bit more dicey as time goes on. And still look at big picks that are on the table, the Callista maybe coming through even with some of those nerfs, but even the things like the Tristana I had mentioned earlier for Double Lift, and even looking at some of those jungle matchups, the Nefiri and things along those lines, to see if it really does end up being a little bit of a shift in that meta in the series.
Yeah, and remember, guys, score is tied at 1-1. We're gonna have at least 2 more games in the series, which is means a lot more room for excitement for the rest of us.
True.
And a lot of chances to see what these teams will cook up. Because yeah, it's true, Conviction definitely give us a lot of the spicier picks, especially when you consider strong champs like Nico being not so prioritized at NACL, but Manui being one of the few players who are actually willing to play it.
True. Well, if you want to learn to be just like a pro, go to prodiff.gg. Go get some coaching from all previous or current LTA or NACL coaches and players. As you will get a little bit of that one-on-one coaching session. You'll be able to actually sit down and review your gameplay and go through it all with some of the best minds in Tier 2 and Tier 1 in North America. Go check out prodiff.gg, the QR code in the bottom right of your screen. It's an awesome moment to be able to have Prodiff trying to make NA region better.
Yeah, and again, like all the players are either active or recently active NACL LTA players. So you know that knowledge is legit. You know that experience is the real deal. So there is legitimate value there. So take advantage. I mean, Dark Wings, we mentioned it. He's one of the players that is a coach there on prodiff.gg. And you saw we did a game 2. Could be you.
Yeah. Him and Kisno, very good coaching duo there over there.
That's right. Kisno's also there, yeah.
I love it because you get a lot of influence from these guys in terms of what picks and stuff we see across the NACL. But in this game, number 3, somebody has to take that step forward. Somebody has to claim match point. and move on to one more game. We'll see if it's going to be near airport or conviction. We already get the Nico ban again. We have that Poppy ban as well from the NA. On the other side, on red side, conviction ban away the Lucian and the Jax right now.
Lennon, unrelated but related.
Okay.
I said this while you weren't here, but I know you're going to be on board. You were a conviction voter for the series, right?
I was, I think.
Okay, great. I do recall that. I think
We
it
did
was
those
just
votings
Rafa
a
and
long
Cubby.
time ago. Yeah, I believe
I know,
so.
yeah. So near airport was voted for by Rafa and Cubby. So what I proposed was that we're going to make fun of them if conviction wins.
Oh,
I
that's
figured-
done deal. Easy.
You know what I mean?
Easy.
I knew you. See, I knew you
Absolutely
get it.
easy.
You get me, man. It's you
Friends
know,
make fun of friends. That's what I've heard.
it's literally that's what I do. I hope it's what I hope that's what you've heard. Oh boy.
We're getting into this one. We'll make fun of Rafa and Cubby later. It's
will.
Azir going to be that ban again from that red side, the final ban. Trying to see if it's going to stay open for the entire series. The Rumble I alluded to between them and the Jace last game is going to be locked in for near airport this time around.
Yeah, and could be a Tristana pick,
Steal
even
it.
though it is just
Steal
a
it.
hover. Yeah, it would
Steal
just be
it.
big to
I wanna
deny that
see
one
it.
from Double It.
The mind
and
games.
it's worth noting, I don't recall if Dark Wings has done it this split per se, but he's a big proponent of Tristana mid.
He did it in the playoffs.
So he did. And the thing with that too is that even in his worst years, he still looked great on Tristana mid. So I think it could be a legitimate angle for maybe a double marksman comp. We'll see. Could very well go into Chrome's hand.
It would fit the scaling aspect that they've really just honed in on for this series. Because right now, Tristana scales incredibly well. Sion becomes literally Mount Everest as time goes on.
That's good.
And see if at least Conviction want to continue going down with that scaling pathway. The Yone, something that had been banned away and had been hovered a little bit, he's going to be locked in. So a very powerful solo lane combination right now between Rumble and Yone.
Yeah, something that gets banned, that was banned both game 1 and 2 by Conviction to deny that one from Pole Belter. They're taking their time, but you got to imagine, I was going to say probably Sejuani, because that's kind of what I figured would end up going on, but no. Instead,
I can't appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because as soon as Triss jumps in, turn the Gatling gun on and turn around, you know?
Yeah, plus you need some range in this composition. It gives you a little bit of poke, gives you a lot of much needed DPS. It's tough though, because I think Conviction will just be able to remove some of the best frontline options. I mean, Sejuani is just a no-brainer taken away here. Trying to think of what other tanks. Either they could go for a Leona ban, or they could ban away another bruiser or tank in the jungle. It's tough because Maokai's already out, Vi's gone, Thing's gone.
I
so
really like the
Leona.
beefiness right now of Conviction's side of things. They are very, very healthy in that regard, especially as time goes on. But there is some really good health shred already on near airport that Conviction kind of picked into. So it's all about who's kind of in those advantages within this setup here. But in the second phase, we did get that Nocturne ban. Near airport's Nightmares of Winthrop coming back to bite them a little bit there, taking that away from Kisno. And giving themselves maybe a little bit of an option as the Vigar comes in for Conviction.
Yeah, I was going to say, Vigar, okay, now we know it is Tristana bot. Vigar is great, just because you're already playing into a comp that you mostly outrange. And in terms of damage dealers and any potential range you could really go for, I mean, Ashe is kind of the last thing, but your low mobility, it is, but the fact is, that event horizon, that's locking down anyone on the side of near airport.
Rumble support?
It could be Rumble Jungle, Yone Top.
Stop Rumble Jungle, don't you dare
Probably
do that.
not, but Yone Top is real. That's the thing.
It is. Okay, we'll see.
No, I'm right. It is actually Rumble
Jungle.
Jungle.
You're
Yeah.
actually right. That is ridiculous.
Know,
Absolutely, yeah.
no
Flex
big
those muscles,
deal.
King. I'm
Guy
so
like
sorry.
me,
I'm so sorry. We'll see what the answer is going to be from Kizzo. You got to think it's going to be something spicy, something that he wants to take an aggressive stance into Spica with. The Vigar we saw yesterday on Insanity, it was despicable. It is so untouchable as time goes on. The scaling is the nature that Conviction feel like they can beat near airport with, and that's a bold statement against some of the best legends that NA has to offer. It will be that final pick, Nefiri, putting all the eggs in that Kisno basket.
So the thing is, Lennon, while this is a really exciting draft overall, Conviction in a bit of a similar position to what we saw in game 1. to be fair, Tristana is actually pretty okay in the early game. With Alistar, you know, if you're into double range, you're going to have a bad time. But overall, you should be safe enough to farm and scale. But Flygar is not a whole lot you're going to be able to do, especially into Corki. Nefiri, you want to farm. So near Airport have a really great chance to do what they did in Game 1, get a big lead, and take that to a win.
We're not even in game 4 or 5 yet. We're already getting the craziness. Let's let it all out the window. The time is now. It's lower bracket. Your life is on the line. And one of these teams has to take that match point step forward. Will it be near Airport or Conviction? We're going to find out now.
Yeah, it is crazy. It feels like this happened in our series yesterday too, where we were getting game 4, game 5 drafts and like game 2, game 3, which I'm all for it. It's very exciting. I love when pro mid laners pull out Vygar because he is legit just the funniest champion in League of Legends. I love the laugh, and I love that you remembered his ult is called Primordial Burst. I was listening yesterday, Lennon. Respect.
Appreciate you. I will say, just as people are like, oh my God, what is Spica doing? What is this pick? If you watch his streams, this is something he loves to play in solo queue.
Yeah.
I don't know what the conversation was like this time around, but you got to think a lot of confidence going in the way of Spica, who has been the most consistent, besides Yuji, jungler in the NACL.
Yeah, and I mean, you overall with this comp, it's just hard to play for near Airport just because pretty much all the core of your CC is in that bot lane. So double it. Those enchanted crystal arrows, of course Biofrost with the Tempered Fate. That is where a lot of this setup is coming from. Yeah, Yone has some CC, so does Rumble, but I'm really looking at the bot lane here, Mazel. And because this is a bot lane that can get pretty active early on, as soon as you're going to have advantages in lane, you're going to have big advantages once you get to level 6. That's kind of where I'm looking for near Airport to push the pace and get a big advantage here. Conviction, they want this game low and slow, man. They want to just farm it up. They want Darkwings to get its stacks. They want Kisno to hit his breakpoints. And they want to fight when they're ready.
And that's been the name of the game all series long for Conviction. Didn't work out the first time, did work out the second time. And I really appreciate this as well as a little backdrop to it. And we were talking about stealing away the power that Fearless brings when you're mind gaming. I know Bach is really thinking about a lot of the things that Near Airport can pull out in those later parts of the series. And the fact that you've stolen away 2 or 3 of kind of the biggest picks for Near Airport in this Nefiri, in the Tristana, but as well as the Scion for TF Blade, feels really good from their side if they can get a win here with it as well. We'll see a little bit of pressure, though, going down for Near Airport.
Yeah, I love that call out. A very important thing to think about in this Fearless format. But we'll see near Airport. They pulled out some spiciness here, and if they're able to win with this one, still plenty of pocket picks available for the potential next game, no matter who ends up winning. So again, you're seeing lane advantages here, where a lot of it is, as shown in the Stricam, where you have 3 pushing lanes. So you really love that one as Rumble, because as any farming jungle in general, but really I think it only matters when your opponent is playing something like Vi, like Xin, or something like that, right? In this situation, it doesn't really matter because level 3 Rumble's not invading anyone, and Kisno is also very happily farming away.
He's got a really fast clear speed, as you see being pulled off here. Going to make it even quicker than Kisno can over to the Scuttle Crab. So Kisno realizes that having obviously played against it in solo queue and going straight towards that bottom Scuttle. But I love this move from Spica. He is trying to be oppressive. He is trying to maintain control, and he's going to pop over straight to this second Scuttle.
Look at this.
And has Po Belter's move and priority in bot lane.
Yeah, I think for Kisno, just go for the super clear, I think, and it's really all there is to it. Feels bad to get double crabbed like that, especially against someone like Spica, who once he gets farm leads, he very rarely lets go of them. But I think Kisno, it's a fine choice for him to just let that one go, do another clear of maybe your bottom quadrant, reset, get some stats in your back pocket, and just
Nefiri
go ahead and farm.
Looks up to the sky, sees Mufasa saying it's not your time. And, maybe one of these days. It'll be a nice flash, though, from Double S. As well as the Ghost use, try to get some pressure back onto Chrome and Manui. But they will still have full summoner spells available. We just burned 3 for Near Airport on bot side. That should be punishable.
I mean, really nice from Manui to get that all in once you see the conflict binding is out. Was able to go for a pretty successful play there. Right now, though, they're using this pry on the side of Near Airport.
Oh, God. Oh, Spica.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Is anybody else's eyes bleeding in here? Huh?
I actually,
Is this me?
you know, I make this joke a lot, Lennon, about how my eyes were closed. But I think genuinely I wasn't looking, so I missed it. And I just see that Spica's missing flash. So
Yeah.
I'm truly just taking this as a sign, and I'm not going to
I will
ask any
say, if he
questions.
hits the harpoon, it works. I'll give
Oh,
him
fair.
that one. He did not
Okay,
hit the
then-
harpoon, though.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that one for sure. 5 minutes from now. The readaptation of lane for Conviction is going to bring Chrome and Manui up topside in Prio. Dragon is still up on the other side. Grub's in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Still, I will say, for a bot lane that wants to scale and go on, this is a pretty tough start here for Chrome. I mean, because of the waves lost to that bottom turret, and of course TF Blade has the push as well, so Hoarder dropped a lot topside. Look at the difference in farm. Chrome is 20 CS down. So
It's tough, man.
It is. You're not necessarily getting outscaled by Ashe, but you want to be able to keep up at least, so this feels quite bad.
So we got to maintain position on the fact that Conviction scaling is what wins them the game here.
Oh,
See
wait,
Manui
that's
going
nice.
for the play, got the explosive charge onto him from Chrome, but can't get the last auto. The slows from Double Lift are keeping Chrome at bay.
I gotta say, nice little thing. Oh, I might not get to talk about it.
And go all in here on the bot side. Should be just fine. Did already use the Fate sealed by TF Blade, so no real kill pressure there. While Conviction rounding out this bot side, keeping a little bit of pressure between Biofrost and Double Lift. Shouldn't be able to find much here as Pobelter is roaming up here too. Manui's going to have to Hex Flash out. They should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it kind of helps deny some experience from Double Lift and help even out the CS difference just a little bit, but really not by a whole lot. At the end of it, I mean, if you look, unless Manui gets a big combo and Kizno and Chrome can jump immediately, I don't think they actually have a really solid chance of taking down Double Lift, because even with no summoners down, it's really hard to lock him down and set up in a way where all your damage can get onto him, unless he's playing like really disrespectfully.
And I mean, we've seen it time and time again at the highest level of League of
happened.
Legends. Ashe has the schmoves, man. If you got the hands, you can back it up. Not only that, but you have so much utility with Enchanted Crystalero, and I love giving some of the veteran players. Now, one of my favorite Ashes was Ruler in the LPL, just for the way that he dictated fights, the way he got picks consistently, and that's what I'm looking for Double Lift here once he hits level 6.
Yeah, and he's no Ruler, but he's certainly not your average tier 2 AD carry as well. So you got to imagine he's going to be able to have that dictation you mentioned going forward here in this fight. And
That's the problem, though. You run straight into the wall. A little bit of problems there as the Tempered Fate going to be used. Equalizer on the bot side to try to clear the wave. He's going to be Spica's ult down, though. Still, no objective setup from either side this game.
yeah, I mean, it's worth to drop the Equalizer to save your top laner, but you can see just how much effort Conviction are putting forth just to avoid this bot lane matchup. They're swapping at pretty much every opportunity. I mean, honestly, look what's happening right now. Maybe they're going to be dropping it again as we see
Take the express
some
lane.
proxy farming. Take the next wave too.
He didn't want to exit. I thought he was going to leave. I thought he was going to go through bot lane and
I mean, wait, genuinely, if he recalls,
he can
I'm
just
pretty
execute. if
No, he can
needs to.
recall, look.
But yeah, he can absolutely. Nobody is answering. Nobody is coming this way. Oh, wait, Hoarder, you don't need to die.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it's fine. He does end up getting a little play in mid lane from.
Nice
there's
arrow.
that NA goat, and there's that Enchanted Crystal Arrow as soon as he hits 6. That'll be a pick on a Darkwing's first blood for Near Airport.
Yeah, nice catch. It's going to force Kizno to hang back and just collect this wave. So it's not going to waste, but really feels bad for Darkwings, who wants to keep farming and stacking. It gives Spica this perfect opportunity to get all 3 grubs early on. It's going to make TF Blade split pushing way more effective. It's going to make the sieging way more powerful. And that's going to be a way Near Airport can look to collect gold as time goes on.
And take a look back. Really good combinations across the board from near airport. The arrow as well. As you see double lift at that
That's
top
crazy.
left over there. It's kind of
Yeah.
cool shot. Shout out to production as will be the Vygar getting taken advantage of early.
Yeah, again, they get the flash out, they make the play happen again less than a minute later, and this is how you punish these summoner spells being down. I mean, look at Biofrost. He's playing Bard. Doesn't have to be in lane as often. Anytime those chimes lead him to mid lane, Dark Wings is in danger. That's a really nice use of the Bard here in this game so far. I mean, Biofrost overall been pretty big in the game 1 win there for near airport and is already starting off this game huge.
And still about a hovering of a 2,000 gold lead for near airport early in the game. A little bit less than that now, but still hovering there. And that's like 10 minutes into the game they've had that since, at least getting it. And that's a pretty substantial lead, especially when both sides do have some of those scaling options. But Conviction definitely bought a lot more scaling conditions here in their draft picks. As still the Dragon up on the table. The Grubs had been taken by near airport after those plays. There's another play in mid. They know that he doesn't have the flash, and this is how you set it up. Oh my God, dude. Somebody hates Darkwings on the side of near airport. It might be the whole team.
Yeah, and it makes sense, because who cares about constantly ganking Scion? TF Blade can handle the 1v1, and he's been doing it the whole time. Bot lane is also good and better for near airport. If you look at these matchups, it's just Darkwings. It's just the Vygar who poses that threat with gank assist, that threat with scaling. So they take him out again and again.
Look, Badui's just in the fight now. Kisno gonna look for the dragon play. Can he steal it through here with the smite? Doesn't have it available. He didn't even need it. He just auto attacks it down. Near airport fumble the bag. They will still have a monumental lead in the early game, but that dragon goes the way of Conviction.
Yeah, nice move there from Manui. Good use of the Unbreakable Will to keep himself alive. Just absorb all that damage. And I think that's a bit of a prelude of that kind of value he's going to have this game, because while near airport have a lot of damage, he's going to be able to soak up a lot of it alongside Hoarder. And I think that's what these 5v5s need to look like for Conviction, especially with this deficit they find themselves in. Hoarder and Manui, they're going to have to do God's work trying to make space for the rest of the team.
They are indeed, and they need the time. They need that ticking clock to lean their way. As those first item spikes, especially for the Yone, gonna feel really good if they can find a way to utilize it. But this is a nice kind of compositional setup, but also strategizing moment from near airport where they really had a confident draft. I mean, they get Spica. His rumble here, it's executed well, but it's been really good combination plays as TF Blade. He's biting off a little bit more than he can chew. The equalizer is going to be used as a red carpet to bring Hoarder to his death. Feat of Warfare secured, and a 3,000 gold lead for near airport.
Yeah, and I think besides that fumble of the bot tier 1 turret, Spica's kind of had the Midas touch this game. Every play has turned to gold, and everything has just been working out so well as this gold lead goes up to 3,000. And again, just good punishing of the solo lanes here of Conviction. Oh, wait, Bulldog.
Oh, he's baiting over here as Darkwing's in trouble. Tempered Fate just not in time. That's a massive shutdown going over to Kisno.
Yeah, really nice. Who already has the Eclipse, but it's tough because look at TF Blade really pulling away in gold. You can see that he's continuously farming, getting ahead of Hoarder. He's collected turret plates. He has an assist to work with too. And still no turret plates really answered here from near airport as Spica collects this wave. But still not so bad. They got first Drake. Again, that shutdown's really important. Oh, Chrome.
Oh, gets out with a nice little rocket jump though. Doublelift was really looking for him. Still did have the flash on both ADs. This is some of the power, though, that you get. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be coming back up for Doublelift. He can keep putting on the pressure. And this is a near airport who feels comfortable and confident in the lead. And it looks like they can find kind of those big synergistic plays that we were hyping up Conviction about last game.
Yeah, and you can see the goal difference. It's a good chunk pretty much across the board. The biggest difference in the mid lane. And I will say, while they've done a good job messing with Darkwings, he's playing Vygar, so you know what's not reflected in the gold is the passive, the phenomenal evil power. So it does mean that if he's able to stack, he can kind of make up the difference with that extra bit of ability power that he earns every time he kills a minion with that Q.
And scaling is going to have to be there if Conviction
Yes.
are the ones that want to take that match point setup here for themselves. You have the Dragon at about 1 minute and 40 seconds. The Rift Herald can be coming up now as well. So a couple trade objectives potentially on the line. Pobelter going to play expertly within the baby cage and gets out a nice full-grown toddler. As now the Rift Herald is going to be locked. Hey, I got the laugh. That's all I wanted. We do get those first item spikes ahead of this fight.
Yeah, and I think those spikes, while the Eclipse is really good for Nefiri, overall, I'm kind of leaning near Airport's way just a little bit. So I think Gizno, very happy to tick over to level 10 and is going to walk away immediately. No way they can get this Herald. So really the question is just, can they take something in trade? You can see Manui trying to clear out some vision around that bottom side, maybe in hopes to defend Darkwings a little bit, because the hope is that he's going to be able to touch this turret. But you see the movements, Manui's actually able to dissuade them, so that's huge.
And that's going to be a little bit of saving grace, at least. I think that Dragon can be the next big contest here, but feeling really good with the second item spikes going to be coming up soon. As we did see Darkwings grab the Catalyst when we saw Insanity take it yesterday. He did not finish it, was just using it as that buff. As everybody knows, it is now a very good item by itself.
Yes.
But we already get that readaptation towards bot side. We have both ADCs in mid. Doublets having a little bit more pressure there with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow always at the ready. Vision play, though, right now, I will say Conviction do see Spica and see a little bit of this setup towards the Dragon.
Yeah, I think they just let this go. It was a really big deal that they were able to secure that first one. I don't think they're going to have that same luxury to have Manui walk it in and give Gizno the space to take it like before. So really, again, would like to see a play elsewhere, excuse me. But seems like for them, they're just happy to let this one go scot-free.
Just buy time. I mean, you already bought time. A super late Dragon stacking start when they got their first Dragon at like 12 minutes or whatever it was. And now going to have just that second Dragon, but going 1-to-1. So that Elder so far away, and that's exactly up the alley that both these teams want to be traveling down this time around. Rift Herald is at the pocket of Spica. If he wants to try to be proactive, maybe take down some of these defensive structures in mid and top that Conviction are playing around.
Yeah, I think honestly, it's probably going to be wherever Darkwings is, just because if they can get some pressure on him, drop that Herald into the tier 2, that would be great. But either way, just making a play on him with that Tempered Fate from Biofrost is so impactful, and it's really hard for Darkwings to answer besides flashing or legendary prediction skills.
And now a little bit of play on bot side from Darkwings, trying to take down the turret as best as possible. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. This time it won't hit. I think that's the first one he's missed so far. Has a pretty good record already, having claimed a couple kills on Darkwings with that exact fact. As we get the Unstoppable Onslaught in the top side to get Hoarder away from Spica and TF Blade. The Rift Herald ends up getting used towards TF Blade's side of the map.
Oh, there it is, though. They force Hoarder away. It's going to be able to allow this Yone to keep stacking up the gold. So it's more money in near airport pocket, and still not so many answers from Conviction on the other side of things. You can see on the mini-map, Biofrost defending his mid laner and doing a pretty good job of dissuading any potential dive. And it really just feels, again, I'm watching game one over and over, all over again, Mazel. It's this slow bleeding out of resources that near airport are doing such a good job of drawing.
I mean, they have 30 to 40 CS leads in both top and in the ADC position.
Yep.
And that's going to feel really good from that point of power here, especially with that engage that we've talked about so much for Double Lift. And this is a lower bracket run that near airport are very confident in. You talk to all the players, you hear the confidence in their voices, you hear that it's fine that this all happened. It's fine to give a little bit of drama. But honestly, what I love is it makes me feel like they're hungry, right? Like this is like what you live for as a competitor. Are these lower bracket runs? Are these tense best of 5 back to back to back to back to make it all the way the distance? And what a fitting story would be if near airport were to do that, as they still have a lot of ways to go. But I know that's the motivating factor.
Yeah, and I remember Biofrost talking about how he felt a thrill of having to play through that lower bracket. There was an excitement to it too. You gotta imagine as competitors, it is a thing you live for, especially when you've done it as long as players like these have. So they want to continue that run by taking down Conviction, facing off against Dark Zero next week.
Fate Sealed. He's going to be
Barely
pulling onto Hoarder. He's going to unstoppable onslaught out. Can't get in front of it. Will just be fine, but that side lane is looking worse and worse for Hoarder. They got to find a way to bail him out or bail something out of this game. As you said, the bleeding is starting to come through a little bit heavy now.
Yeah, big time. Already losing out on a lot of those outer structures. Only the mid one is left, and it's hanging on by a thread. I mean, with the amount of damage you have, it's a really easy angle for Near Airport to kind of make a play onto this Otacon sometime soon. And it would just be yet another tool to allow them to keep snowballing.
That snowball is a terrifying one here. Second items are locked in. Pobelter fully hitting a Muramana and the Trinity Force Spike. It's going to be deadly as heck, as Spica also going to be very strong. Conviction. They go for the fast play. They're going for the Atacon burn. They don't have enough damage here. They realize they need to probably back off. Kisno, the only one left on it. Still about half health on it, though. Near Airport fully repositioning for this fight. All 5 members come down. They burn the TP for it, and now they're going to stay in place and see if they can just take the leash of Conviction.
Yeah, I mean, TF Blade used the TP. They're stronger, so they may as well just go ahead and take this. Now Kisno has to flip.
Okay, we'll see if he can get in there. He can go untargetable. Uses it already, though. And now he's 50-50 in the pit. Kisno versus Spica. And Spica gets it on his infamous Rumble. Although Near Airport are losing bodies now. They split the fight, and Chrome was looking for resets. Here comes Spica, though. And Spica's burning him alive. TF Blade gets the pick on the other side as well. Now Chrome looking for his angle yet again, but double it is slowing down Hoarder. Hoarder has to flash away from Spica, and now that will be the follow-through from Near Airport as they're going to use the Magical Journey to try to catch up on a Kisno and Chrome. They have the ward, they have the vision, they have the play with the Tempered Fate. The Decimating Smash goes wide, and Chrome goes down. That might be the slow on a Hoarder, but he's got the Blast Cone. He should be able to walk out of this one slowly but surely. But the stun comes through as well. The double tag, and now Double has got his I'm set. He's got his bow ready, and that will be Spica going on a rampage.
And they just walked them down, Mazel. Even at a 2-for-2, I would have called that play worth for Near Airport because they secured the Otacon. But you know what? It wasn't good enough. They wanted more, and they got it. It's going to allow them to pull ahead even further, secure their second Drake of the game, and just really increase the odds of us going to a quick game 3.
Dude, all I'm saying, Biofrost finished whatever classes he had on, or at least wasn't having to deal with that anymore. I don't know if he got the level up or whatever. This man has been on fire today. I mean, it is actually incredible the tangible feeling you get from watching this guy have massive impacts across the board in these games and in this series.
It's the education buff, man. I don't know what else to tell you, Lennon. He is feeling good. He's playing smart. And it just continues to look great here for Near Airport in this third game. You can see a Conviction. It feels like they just don't have many options to play for. You can see how reserved they're playing on the map.
Oh, man. Pops the Unbreakable Will. That'll be a big cooldown down. The Enchanted Crystalero always at the ready. Able to lock down anybody who gets caught out a little bit. Conviction, they're on the back foot now, about a 5,000 gold deficit.
I will say, small saving graces here for Conviction. They're bleeding out a lot slower than they did in game 1. And the thing they have going for them is Dark Wings. That second item, okay, it depends on if they stop this turret going down or not. They don't. Okay, that feels really bad, actually.
I report back from the front lines.
Yeah.
And this time, Manui, he doesn't have ulti. The equalizer on top of it all.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Set up another one. Beautifully timed from Pobelter. And that'll be a double kill for the mid laner of Near Airport.
Yeah, go next, man. Like, let's just start talking about game 3. Like, this is ridiculous.
Dude, I gotta say, it's been brutal this week. We've had extremely one-sided games across the board.
Yeah, and it just continues to be the trend here in this game. And see, the angle that I was kind of inching towards is that Chrome already has IE, which is actually pretty big, all things considered. That third item for Tristana, huge. Death cap for Vigar, also huge. But I mean, when you're down 7,500 gold, I don't care anymore, man.
And it was like a 2,000 gold lead at like 9.5 minutes that this all started from. So it's not like it just came out of nowhere. It's been something they've been building up consistently. And this is the kind of response I love to see from these veterans after that very tough to watch game number 2. And you love to see some of that grit coming through in that lower bracket run they love so much. Manui will have just used the pulverize, though. The baby cage is there. Some of the scaling is coming online, and a primordial burst will blow him up. And now Chrome looking for the rinse. That double F goes down. A shutdown going away of Conviction. And just like that, 2,000 gold taking off the lead.
That was like almost comical how easily they got those 2 kills. I mean, that's the
oh my, this is comical, all right. This is damn comical as TF Blade throws his life away.
Oh, you know, if Chrome didn't lose all of his health like that, I really thought there might be a Baron angle, but still, it's huge. Manui and Darkwing syncing up really nicely. I mean, sometimes in the past, when he was on Cincinnati Fear, Manui played the Vygar bot with the support Alistar as well, so being able to punt someone into the baby cage. That's a really great way for you to guarantee that CC and turn that into a bit of a snowball that we saw, giving Kisner resets. I think angles like that won't happen too often, especially considering Near Airport kind of learning their lesson with that one, but if they can make that happen again, it's good.
They absolutely can. And like, I know the conversation took a very hard left turn away from this point.
Yeah.
But the scaling is still there.
It exists.
It's the elephant in the room for Conviction.
Small.
Maybe not as far away from them as that first game, being like a billion years down the road. This one maybe just like 20 minutes, but they have to be able to get there as well. Third item spikes are going to be very, very good for them. But the thing is, on the other side, you're already reaching those precipices for Near Airport.
Yeah, it's tough, but right now I think for Darkwings, he's feeling really good. The death cap is huge for Vygar because, of course, it increases the AP you get from your passive, and every stack of your passive that you generate is now just 30-ish% more valuable. So Darkwings is kind of hitting a power curve at this point. And he's just going to be, he should be able to continue scaling up to a pretty dangerous point here for the side of Conviction.
See how they want to dissect this. A team that has been so strong together, a team that has shown a lot of that teamwork, that team play, that can be hard to come by in this Tier 2 scene. Really the saving grace for a lot of their season and why they were in the upper rungs of the NACL.
Yeah, I mean, fact is, Near Airport, despite the losses to Winthrop University, have been pretty much running through every team aside from the other 2 of the Three-Headed Hydra, and LG and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So this is more what we expect from them.
A little bit of setup around the Dragon. Tempered Fate's already down. It could just mean that Near Airport are okay to give this one down. Conviction going to start it up now. They have a little bit of vision there. Spica could look for the 50-50 if he wants it. They're going to move around. They have the move from TF Blade coming down from mid lane. The push didn't get set, and the Dragon is already gone. Tied up 2-2 in the Dragon objective.
Yeah, and we're seeing kind of the downside of Near Airport's composition, and it's the fact that it's really squishy, and they're susceptible to getting walked down kind of like this.
Oh, okay. Maybe going for it. Oh,
that's he's done.
Right
they got him.
Right into the event horizon, and we all know what black holes do to matter. He got sucked in, spit out, and now he's gone.
I like that. That's good, and that's exactly what happened. And again, this is kind of the weakness of Near Airport's composition. A lot of early game advantages that they snowballed really nicely, but the comp is squishy, and it's highly dependent on Double Lift landing those arrows on more isolated targets. Straight up 5v5s, there is ways to play.
Oh, Kisto. A little ham there.
Yeah, what a little
He's
ham,
about half his health with that little trade, and we'll be just fine afterwards. I gotta say, Chrome just got back from base. He has an item advantage here. They're gonna play around it. This is a massive momentum shift for Conviction. Can they get it? Onslaught perfectly timed. Spica not gonna go down though. Pobelter is still threatening. Equalizer comes down as he dies. Is it gonna be enough? Chrome's got resets. Chrome's got Maven for days. No, Double Lift takes him down at the end, and now he can kite to hell. This is what we said can be the saving grace. Double Lift with his mechanics, with his moves, burning down Hoarder slowly but surely, and afterwards, as the dust settles, it'll be a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Near Airport.
And that favor might give them the opportunity to go ahead and start this Baron. I mean, once they take down Hoarder, I guess they don't want to risk it without a smite, but honestly, it was a big turnaround there from near airport. That tempered fate cooldown is incredibly low, by the way, because Biofrost started the fight with it, and he actually managed to get down a second one, it looked like. But right now, Conviction whittling away at this gold lead with these team fights. You can tell they're starting to feel confident with the way they're forcing some of these situations.
I'm not saying I feel the wind blowing, the wind changing here, but I think going from an 8,000 gold lead down to a 4,000 gold lead against a comp that scales infinitely like Conviction does, and that just gets better and better as item completions come along. It's a little bit more of a steep cliff here for Near Airport. They are still in the lead. They still have scaling of their own. They have hit 3 items now on both Double Lift and TF Blade, but some of the execution has been lacking for DNA Goats.
And again, this comp, it's a little bit harder. The margin for error is a little thinner. But look, Chrome is, in terms of itemization now, if we go like row for row, Chrome is on par with Double Lift, and while Dark Wings is a little bit behind, again, that Vygar passive makes up for it.
Whoa, they caught him out maybe. Here comes Kisno as well. Chrome looking for the recess there, but that equalizer does so much damn damage. Now they get the cook and special Aspika. It gets immediately answered to. Fate Sealed will go wide again, and TF Blade is bursted out with the primordial essence, and Chrome steps up to his goated Double Lift and sits him in his chair. That's the CLOL champ. That's that most improved player from 2024, and that's Conviction coming alive.
And that's the confidence we want to see. It looked like Conviction were going to roll over and die, but they still got life in them, Lennon. They still got fight in them. And now they have the Baron in their pockets, too. This gold lead is down to nothing.
8,000 gold down to dead even. That is a cliff nobody wants to fall from, but we just saw some of the best fall from that very height.
Yeah, that's right. And again, this confidence. Look at how low these health bars get, but they play their lives out so nicely, setting up the rest of the team to come from such a far distance, especially Hoarder with the Scion. But at this point, you can see how impactful that Event Horizon is. Now there is more ability haste coming through for Dark Wings. That cage is going to be on a lower and lower cooldown, and it's going to make the game that much harder because now, when everyone's on the same screen, Dark Wings, he just needs to put someone in a cage, and they have to flash, or Manui headbutts them.
And you have to remember, these two teams met in the regular season what feels like forever ago. Week 3, it was a 2-0 for Near Airport. I know it doesn't mean much in the long term of things, but the fact that Conviction are able to pull out nitty-gritty games like this with their late-game team fighting. This has been 2 games from Conviction now that they just fully wrestle control of the game halfway through from Near Airport.
Yeah, I think that's a great reminder to talk about how much Conviction have grown throughout the split, because again, they faced this exact roster, all 5 players top to bottom in week 3 and got rinsed, and now they're putting the screws to him.
He Fate Sealed right into the Event Horizon again! How many times can you run into the same problem? I don't understand. I know black holes are dangerous, but you got a new understanding of it, TF Blade, as another Event Horizon comes down and a double kill for Dark Wings.
Oh yeah, he's scaled up and he's ready to play Mazel. And now it's going to give Conviction their Hex Tech sole point to add insult to injury. And you know it, Near Airport, they're starting to fall to pieces because at this point, the tanks from Conviction have scaled up. And oh my God.
I don't think you want that double lift. Maybe with the team you do, as he does get the lockdown. That's going to be huge. And now Manui tries to get double lift, but Manui just sacrificed his life for it. Kisno trying to get a little bit of help on the other side of things for Manui. Will burn the flash out of that one. As the backs do come through for the bot lane of Conviction, they did get the tier 2 in the end.
Yeah, and it's still a lot of gold, even though Chrome loses his life for that exchange. And now it's Conviction who have a gold lead for the first time this game, up to 1K, and Spica. Ooh.
Oh, Dark Wings? Dark Wings feels like he has an angle, tries to go for the burst on the double lift, but he didn't have damage. It doesn't matter because you got everybody following through. Spica, he's just a fish in a barrel, and he'll go shotgun boom as TF Blade tries to get the fight going the other way. Double lift, gets some poke damage down, but he will leave TF Blade to the dogs as Kisno goes unstoppable.
Woo. And look at Kisno, 5-0-10 on the Nefiri. A tough opener here for Conviction, but they managed to turn it around beautifully.
On Spica's Nefiri, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, is Kisno about to get to... Oh, wait, double lift? He's about to get
getting ran
2025.
down. Oh,
2025? 2025?
Get a little bit ashed there as Pobelter in a 2v1 and topside going to flash out a decimating smash. Might just have enough to take down Manui, but one more auto is enough for Hoarder to clean up the kill. Pobelter can do nothing there. And man, you have to remember how much stress, how much weight is on this series. Your season on the line. That lower bracket run that is oh so lauded. It could end here for Near Airport after this series.
Yeah, that's right. Conviction looking like now they are well on their ways to securing that match point here. As it would be such a big deal for them to be able to, I think, get this win. I mean, not much really to talk about this one. Kizno missed some critical skill shots, and that's just kind of the way it goes. But I think looking at some of the players here for Conviction, some of these players, I mean, it's their first time in the league. Hoarder is a rookie. He's been playing really well so far. Kizno has made playoffs in the past, last year, but capped out at top 8. Darkwings also, alongside Chrome, peaked top 8 last year. Even Manui, who's gone the furthest of the team, have only gone to that lower finals, top 3. So it's a big deal for most of this team to win this series and have that chance for them to potentially go forward.
Getting down to the 4th, 5th items coming through for multiple members. The full builds are coming online. This is the moment that stars are made. This is the moment that the clutch team fighting we've talked about so much for both these teams really comes to a head.
That's right. Right now, you can see it, but they're playing on opposite sides of the map here. Conviction wisely focusing on where that Baron is going to be. Should be an important focus for them because it's going to be up in about 40 seconds time. They secure that one. One good team fight's all is going to take to put this game to bed, Mazel. It really is just about staying as a group at this point. You can leave Hoarder by himself, it's fine, but otherwise, you really have to be careful because you saw that Bush play earlier. Near Airport, they're looking for these hit-and-run plays. They want the Astros to land. They want to kill whoever's stunned. That's really the only angle forward for them.
And I just got to say, some of that infinite scaling we were talking about, just checking in on Darkwings, over 400 stacks
AP.
now. Yeah, over 1,000 AP, not something you see very often, but with Vigar. And Darkwings whipping out the tech that he saw Insanity pull out yesterday, sticking to the kind of unique setups that Conviction have played for. Speaking of setups now, it is around the Baron. Both teams do have the damage to burn this. Both teams very hesitant to move forward.
Yeah, and I mean, look at how tanky Hoarder is. He also built a Knight's Vow.
They're forcing the hand here.
I think he put that on Kizno. Wow, I actually kind of like that.
They're forcing the hand here.
Yeah, they're
burning it. Near Airport, they're not confident.
They
don't want to move forward. And Santa Cristolero comes through. They do get the pick there. Is it going to be up Champ Blade? He's going to go soul and bound right back to the enemy team. Now Hoarder is going down as well. Shutdown goes over to Spica. The Baron is the prize. They try to get out with everything they can. It will be Darkwings and Hoarder traded.
Yeah, I mean, nice thing is they were able to secure that Baron, but not the greatest fight Near Airport were looking for here, or rather Conviction wanted here. Near Airport, they took him down. They're going to get a tier 2 in the process, which is going to even up that gold lead. But Conviction now, once Hoarder and Darkwings are back.
They might actually get the puck from Chrome. Okay, Chrome just absolutely gave his life away there, and that feels real bad because now Near Airport, they're using that momentum. They're using that faltering nature of Conviction to push in this mid lane, even against the Baron buff minions.
Yeah, luckily Baron for Conviction means NA can't actually turn that one into more. So they're just going to go ahead and collect their spoils in that Dragon, which means now both teams, it's tied for soul point. We're going to 7 dragons this game, and someone is going to secure it one way or another. So a bit of a dicey fight there for Conviction, really showing us that even though they're in a really strong position when it comes to 5v5 and how well they've scaled, Near Airport, they certainly have ways to team fight.
They definitely do, and we're seeing a little bit of that in some of these moments as well. Definitely falling on the shoulders of a couple different members now instead of just being double lift, really having those proactive moments. We are on full items now. Chrome has his GA. He will be up and running with that one, and I know double lift will be right behind him.
Yeah, that's right. That extra bit of survivability, very huge. And right now, I guess things slow down. You can see the grouping again that's taking place. Conviction really just looking for any angle that Manui can take to be able to isolate someone. Because again, it's really the combo is him and Darkwings. As soon as they get on somebody, they're dead to cell. I don't think there's really anything save for a flash that could actually pull them out of it.
Tempered Fate gets onto Chrome. He can't get out of it with the rocket jump. They get the combo. They get the Fate Sealed. His GA will be popped, but so will TF Blade. So now it's a 4v5. Pobelter burns his flash. Maybe they have to poke. Big damage there from the falling stars. And now Doublelift is in trouble. We'll have to back away. Spica steps up. Kiss Note goes forward. The tower is very low, but Conviction can't get the siege potential until the next wave.
Yeah, the thing is, it was a really nice play there, but the Guardian Angel saves Chrome. He won't have that for a little bit, so if that play happens again, it could work, but they can only delay the inevitable. So right now, TPs are coming through. Still 30 seconds on TF Blade. They can just look to end.
They want to try to take down Biofrost here, and they do so. Immediately bursted out there. They're under turret. Chrome looking for the reset. The explosive charge comes through on the other side of the Zanyas. The timing is perfect in Conviction. The timing is now. They are taking the momentum of this series. They are bursting NA at their very seams. They are waiting and wanting that match point here in this series.
And Lennon, they're going to get it. TF Blade is the only one left, and he is a man versus the world. Conviction defying the odds as they are about to go up to match point.
Defying the record, defying the GOATs on Near Airport and bringing up their own. They said the ticket to beat Near Airport is scaling. We know we can do that better. We know we can out-team fight this team, and they do so yet again. What a way to do it. 2 games in a row. Conviction, the momentum's all theirs.
Yeah, it's got to be a great feeling for them after how things fell apart in that first game. But I really like the way they were able to bounce back. It was tough because I think they gave up more than they needed to, much like in that first game. But I think this comp was, I don't want to say brain dead, that seems mean, but it's really easy. Like, as soon as someone oversteps, we saw it happen to Doublelift before anyone else, but before they started grinding people down. But as soon as you get caught in the baby cage, you're almost certainly dead.
Yeah, it feels so bad that something so simple had such a big impact in a lot of these fights. I mean, I hate to single somebody out, but, you know, TF Blade getting caught, like, that's why you grab the Event Horizon. That's why you grab the Vigar, because you know all he wants to do is go straight in. You can't go straight in if there's a wall standing right in front of you. And I think it was such a good way for Darkwings to kind of manage these fights and find those big picks. The scaling was always there. And now, Near Airport, if they want to make that legendary lower bracket run all the way from that round 1, they've got to make something happen here. And hopefully, we get to hear some sweet, sweet silver scrapes. We'll see you for game number 4 on the other side of this. Zamudo has proven himself to be one of the very best players in the NACL this split, destroying his opponents at every stage of the game. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Zamudo today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Sajed has been a true carry threat in the NACL this split, powering Dark Zero Dragonsteel to a first-place finish in the regular season. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Sajed today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who are played in the NACL or the LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Crimson is one of the most exciting up-and-coming top laners in the NACL, excelling on carry picks both in lane and in team fights. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Crimson today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Welcome one and all right back to NACL Split 1 playoffs as we are here in the lower bracket. Conviction take a 2-1 lead over Near Airport on match point. We'll see what happens after this game. If we go Silver Scrapes or if we get this one finished now. I'm Mazal, I'm joined by Beatdown. And what a way to pay it off. What a way for Conviction to upset all of the odds and all of the stature of Near Airport.
Yeah, and I will say this game, while there was a lot of early game advantages that Near Airport, I think, took advantage of really well, the problems that they ran into was this comp wasn't great for 5v5s. It really only worked when they were the ones pushing the initiative. They were at objectives first. They were able to walk people down. But as soon as a Hoarder got tanky enough, 2-3 items on the Scion, as soon as Manui got a couple items deep as well, they were very comfortable just full sending it because, again, not a whole lot of tanks here. Conviction are working with a lot of damage and the resets of the Nefiri on their side. So it became so much easier for them to team fight, especially once Darkwing's got more ability. Hayes could drop that cage very often.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference, the kind of that momentum shift that we were talking about so heavily is just the fact that there was an unstoppable force in that Vigar and the cage and everything that was going down for that, but also just the follow through on a lot of the plays. Something's not necessarily going very well for them, but in the end, it was kind of that togetherness again, committing to plays, knowing that resets can be super big payoffs for them. The strategy execution was wonderful.
It was. It's a really great look. And now for Near Airport, they talked about how much they enjoy the pressure of that lower bracket. Well, Lennon, there's really no more pressure possible than this very moment. One game will be the end of the series for them. If they're not able to secure, if they lose here, the split is over. We're gonna have to start thinking about split 2. They're gonna need to have a pretty big comeback if they want to talk about a Silver Scrapes.
I really hope we get a Silver Scrapes just for the fact of it. But in the end, if we see more plays like this, if we see the breakdown in the later half of the game by Near Airport, it might just be a Conviction Series win. I think it's a heck of a story to think about for Near Airport, who looked so damn dominant for 99% of the split. Faltering in that last week against Winthrop, then faltering again in the first round of playoffs, and then trying to make that run off the back of it. I know it's a motivating factor for all of them. There's so much experience on that team, even with the rookie of TF Blade, and being able to hone that, being able to utilize that, being able to weaponize that in this game forward, to push it all the way the distance. They've got to pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not the full extent of the cooking that the team is capable of. So going into Game 4, we're going to need to see a little bit more from Near Airport to try and close out the series. This one is tough. Again, you got to imagine tensions are running very high because they are facing elimination here in this lower bracket. But it is possible. They can still come back, take us to a Silver Scrapes. One of these teams will face Dark Zero next week in the lower final. Right now, Conviction's chances are looking a little better.
They are indeed. If you missed any of that action or want to catch up on any of it, make sure you go visit our socials there in the top left of your screen. Go check out anything that you may have missed to catch you up for this ultimate game number 4, with the potential of the series being pushed the distance or ending here in an upset in a lot of ways. I know some people had Conviction. I know some people had Near Airport. But if you look at the track record of these teams, Near Airport was able to handle Conviction last time at a 2-0 all those weeks ago in the regular season. But how Conviction have grown, how mighty they have become all this time later. And the fact that they're one game away from taking this whole thing off of their style, right? It has been overly clear that their entire game plan today is scaling. How many more scaling champions are there left? No idea. But there is that possibility of them continuing this route and finding the better of Near Airport.
Yeah, and I think a lot of their success has come from how well they coordinate and how well they team fight, especially against players like Near Airport. I mean, if you can survive long enough and out-team fight them, I think scaling comps work out for you pretty nicely. So I imagine, for what it's worth, there are still plenty of scaling champions left, so we could very well see that option come through into Game 3, or Game 4, excuse me. And of course, we're getting word. Blue Airport, guys, I hope you're all sitting down because Near Airport have done the unprecedented. Oh, did I? I hope you're all sitting down because Near Airport have chosen blue side. Blue Airport have chosen Near side.
I like it. That's their name now. It's Blue Airport, bro.
Blue
Like, that's it. Sorry, we got a new name change, Double Lift.
That's what happens. Typo in the group chat, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But they do choose blue side, and they got to make it work. I think, when we're looking back at Blue 1 picks and how impactful they can be, it gets a little bit dicier as time goes on in these fearless best of 5s. But there's still got to be something that they can pull up that they feel confident they can take a win in.
Yeah, I mean, if the Jack somehow gets through, it gets banned against him a lot. Yorick, still untouched so far in this series. So I think there are still a lot of options there for TF Blade to go through, especially when we think about like meta champions that we see a lot of. So I think there's still a lot of routes for him to go.
There is. Speaking of room to grow, speaking of room to learn, ProDiff.gg's got you back. One-on-one coaching with some of the very best, some previous and current LTA, as well as NACL players, being able to give you some one-on-one coaching, sitting down with your gameplay and going through it with you, which is a very unique experience, especially being able to pry into the minds of some of the best there very is. Go check out that QR code in the bottom right. Go check out ProDiff.gg.
Yeah, again, all coaches are either active or formerly active, NACL or LTA North Pros. So you got to imagine there's a lot of value insight to get, and we are finally going to what could be our last game, Mazel. This could be it.
And how crazy, man. How crazy.
I mean, look, I voted Conviction. I don't know about you, but in my mind it was like, I'm being a little spicy, and it's going to be a Game 5
That's exactly
banger.
why I voted. I was
you
like,
know
that's
what I mean?
spicy.
I did really believe that they had a chance, but I was thinking it was one of those like 65-55 chances for like Near Airport, but I thought today Conviction would be the better team. I expected it to be in a Game 5 fashion, so if they win 3-1, mind blown.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
we'll
exactly.
see. It's definitely not
The-
over. We're only just in draft.
The craziest part is you look, I mean, if you're being funny, technically, most
Yeah.
of these players on the airport are rookies. But
true.
in all actuality, we look at some of the newer faces, some of the uprising talent on conviction side of things, and you reminded me in the off part that, Manui would be the only one that has ever made it before this into a lower bracket semifinals, or at least finals. Absolutely incredible stuff from a team that showed so much personal and game growth throughout the split. What a wonderful culmination it would be if they can pull it off. But that is no small feat against Near Airport, who are going to be hungry after losing 2 in a row. Already in the picks and bans, we get the Nico ban, the Callista ban as well. Jax ban, Lucian ban, still going to remain there. And I have to think about back to some of the draft picks that Conviction have stolen away through haphazard means or through directed means away from Near Airport in their crucial moments. What can they go for now? It's going to be the Poe Belter Orianna insta-lock.
Yeah, I wonder if they're trying to set up for a Zed or something. I was thinking Chrome was, when you mentioned scaling champions before the break, Jigs popped into my head because I know Chrome likes to play it, but I mean, low mobility does give you a lot of options for a good ball delivery system. Even if it isn't the Zed, I think Wukong has a really great chance of kind of disrupting a very clear death ball that Conviction are already starting to build towards.
Wukong going to be a classic for Spica. Gives him a lot of breathing room in how he can engage, how he can affect fights.
Tis no Poppy.
Also a really sneaky ball delivery system with Wukong, which I really, really appreciate. We'll see what this final pick in the first phase is going to be for Near Airport. It's the Gragas. It's a tried and true that they've gone for in the past in the regular season.
And I like it too because, again, low mobility champs, so it does mean that they are more susceptible to these kinds of big CC spells. It's going to allow TFLA to break up these fights a little easier and maybe isolate key members of Conviction.
I do like the Sejuani here, giving a little bit of contest to Wukong, but also having that frontal engage factor that they can all follow up on. You get that Glacial Prison on the right member, that's resets coming through for Chrome. That's big fight potential, potentially the extra growth on the Chaos Storm there for Darkwings. In the second phase, full focus on double lift, full focus on bot side. It's Kaisa, it's MF banned by Conviction, it's Lulu banned by Near Airport.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Sejuani is already, we haven't seen top lane, and Sej is already a really good solo engage. So I think you want to remove the, Jinx Lulu kind of setup there. And I like the Poppy shout, because I was really feeling Poppy support there for Manui. I think it would have been really good. So it's good recognition there from Croissant and the boys.
Yeah, it absolutely is a little bit of respect paid to Conviction and some of the finickiness they can have. I gotta say though, man, we have some big, impactful picks left on the table. Double lift in a backs against the wall situation. What is the GOAT of NA ADC going to bring out to make sure they can go the distance? As Aatrox is the lock-in for a Hoarder and trying to give him that backline access, but as well as some laning strength.
Yeah, that's right. And it is sort of a bit of frontline here.
The Twitch. Let's go, baby. It's do or die, baby. This is something he brought out in the streamer tournament, but also something he plays a decent amount in solo queue. I love to see it. It's bender break here. It's your NACL season on the line, and they're going all for it. They're going with a classic team comp wombo combo, and it's the Taric locked in for Biofrost.
Wow, so these fights are going to get really long. Okay, Soraka would actually be like pretty insane if he actually goes that route. I don't know if I
would be a Soraka
him.
player. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, pick a champion, and I'll be like, yeah, Manui would probably play that. It doesn't really matter. The Zilly, okay, he actually played this already recently.
That's dirty.
And I really like it because you have that double range advantage, but that second life with the Chrono Shift, I think is going to be such a big deal in these team fights. Both supports have ways of extending the lives of their teammates.
Man.
So I think these fights are going to get really long, Lennon.
Oh, dude, the last time we got to see the Zillion, obviously, for Manui, it was devastating, man. Like, he absolutely gapped and has so much strength. The speed ups, the slowdowns, everything in between, the stuns, the CC. There's a ton of options. And when you have a Twitch gunning you down, what's better than a reset on your life And being able to find that, I mean, the executionary factor is so important to think about coming into this one. But I love that both teams are laying everything on the line. A lot more safety, a lot more reservation. Still that scaling aspect for Conviction. NA say it's do or die. It's right now. It is the time. NA, they need this win. If not, their lower bracket run that they were so proud of, that they were so excited of, will be cut short, and Conviction will light the fires of their own and try to get to that lower bracket finals for the first time for 4 of these members. It's a great time to be here. It's a great time to see if we get this ultimate setup from near airport to push us to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, and it feels like, even though it's different champions, I'm feeling a lot of the kind of archetypes I think both these teams have been going for most of the series. Again, there are more early mid-game tools here for near airport, especially when you look at that Orianna and the Wukong. You have a lot of opportunity to disrupt these team fights. TF Blade can do the same with that ultimate. So I think there's a lot more agency for near airport. It's just going to be about them being able to actually turn that lead into a win like they did in game 1.
See how it all pans out. A little bit of trading early. But I love that it's literally Chrome versus Doublelift. Mano a mano. Doublelift, one of the most outstanding ADCs in LCS history. Chrome, up and coming, earned most improved player last year in the NACL, but also earned a damn CNV championship alongside Slew. And I know he's got a lot of confidence in his own play, and now he has the opportunity to do something that is very much looked for by a lot of players in the NACL, and that's to put down one of the very best and take him out of the league for the split.
Yeah, and it's really fun to interview players in this league and just kind of talk about with them and get their impression on what it's like to play against a team of near airport's pedigree. Especially, like, the conversation always comes up, especially with Doublelift, because you said it, like, very few players in LCS or LTA North history really have that kind of weight. There's really the only one I can really think of other than Doublelift is like Bjergsen and something along those routes. So being able to play against them, to beat them, a player who you've been watching probably since you started playing this game, it means so much.
Yeah, they all like were watching when they were like 10 or 11 every time. Say, like, I was a kid. You know? Absolutely incredible. As hoping to see if we can get this pull out here. Chrome sticking with his Jhin emotes, but the 2v2 super important, as unfortunately we get a pause. We had to, just had to happen. It's just inevitable.
It is. It is. We were having too much fun. You know, the stream gods could tell, so they're like, no.
Things were going too well.
To that. Have a pause.
I made it through traffic.
You did.
You got a solo bolo cast from you.
I did.
We got in, jumped in, hot drop. We had a good game. We had very one-sided games so far. And then a tech pause to make us wait. Make the tension build. That's what we're really doing.
That's exactly
here.
right, because we have that opportunity again to really just remind people what it's all about. This is lower bracket. Everyone here, especially near airport, because they're down 1-2, are playing for tournament live. They lose, they're out, splits done. They win. They have a chance at Silver Scrape, and they have a chance to win to face Dark Zero Dragon Steel. That's it. Lennon starting the game again. He just wanted to give us a chance to talk about the stakes a little bit more. That's all, because the stakes
thank you,
have never been higher.
If you know, you know, man. If you know, you know. That's all I'm going to say. Speak, I get a couple and 8 his clear on the bot side. We are getting that mirrored side start for both junglers. Going to be opting into different setups in the early game. It's not nearly going to be the double scuttle we saw last time from Spica, but trying to get a little bit of presence on this bot side. And right now, I mean, I think there's a lot of fluctuations that can happen in the solo lanes here, but I expect both teams to really harp and center around this bot lane.
Yeah. It's really what it's going to come down to, I think, later on, especially for Conviction, because you talked about the Chaos Storm and how, you know, it can kind of get reset and upgraded. Chrome's playing Jinx. That is Reset City. And what they're looking for. I think they just want to, They're
going to get the dive. This would feel so bad. This is one of TF Blade's comforts here. He's gone for in the regular season. He's going to try to outplay this one, try to get something back. His, though, expertly flashes out. First blood cleanly secured by Conviction.
You couldn't ask for much better than that, really. So nicely done. TF Blade wisely holds on to his flash, but it is going to allow a Hoarder to pick up that first blood on this Aatrox. I think getting that extra injection of gold early will do so much
Counter
for him
gank?
and his ability to
Oh,
affect
Hoarder
his
over.
fights.
Oh, Hoarder's way dead.
Oh,
he is
goodbye,
so
Hoarder.
fully caught out. Oh, no, he's actually not going to
unless
find the
he's the
angle.
goat. He's the
Didn't
goat.
even burn the flash. I mean, Hoarder had stepped up on that next wave, and they just couldn't execute the dive, or at least the gank onto him, so he'll be just fine. TP right back to lane.
Yeah, he actually couldn't be more fine, which is pretty insane. But yeah, Spica doesn't do much with that timer, which feels bad. And Kizno is just going to go ahead and go back to farming his second rotation. I think in terms of carries, something else we haven't really mentioned, that we've given Darkwings a lot of praise, rightfully so. And I think his Victor has probably been his biggest champion this split. So the fact that he's getting it in this crucial game scenario, really big deal for him. He has an opportunity to get a lot of impact this game. He's already finding some advantages.
You know, I love that you talk about him, because one commonality that him and this player on your screen right here, Kizno, have are their coaches for ProDiv.gg. If you want to expertly play a dive just like Kizno just did against TF Blade, we'll go ahead and get some coaching from him on ProDiv.gg. But what a first blood for Kizno, and incredible impact already. This lane not going to go TF Blade's way.
And I will say, as much as Kizno will give you great advice if you sign up for ProDiv.gg, they cannot teach your solo queue top laner, so you know your results may vary.
It's really impressive to see how good the combination of Kizno and Darkwings have been on kind of the control-heavy setups, as now we actually get a little bit of movement. Doublelift losing over half his health on that play.
Yeah, Zillion is the funniest champion, man. Like, I kind of hope Manui is going Emax, because Lennon, let's do a quick little trivia. When you max E on Zillion, do you know what the slow is?
Well, like the percentage?
Yeah.
It's like 99, right, or something like that?
Yeah, that's right. It is.
It's like
it's
just enough to not
stun.
let you move a little bit, make you feel even worse.
It's
Oh,
agony.
Chaos Storm going to be used in mid lane.
I think it's just pressure, because you can see Kizno's going for the dragon. You want to keep Pole Belter closer to his turret so that if Spica wants to make a move, there isn't much for him to do. And I like the positioning too. He's hovering towards his jungler. His bot lane has a push. I think this has been the greatest opening from Conviction so far. Maybe game 2, where they had Jace and Maokai, is probably a good contender as well. But like, everything's just been going so smoothly for Conviction, and there's no answers for Near Airport so far.
Early dragon stacking now going in their favor as well. This is a comp that scales very well, same as Near Airport, but any of those early objectives can help in the grand scheme of things. See a little bit of a CS lead being developed by Hoarder in that top side. See if it gets any worse there. We are going to be getting to our itemization. Funnily enough, we have 3 tiers on the side of Near Airport across the table. But trying to figure out what kind of stacking, what kind of scaling they're going to be opting into here will be also important to try to counteract Conviction, as Biofrost will make it out of the gravity well.
I really thought he was going to get stunned. That's kind of crazy, but, you know, he gets out, as you say. The tier, I think, for Biofrost, I'm pretty sure that's just for mana, because I think I saw someone describe Taric as, you're not fighting your opponent, you're fighting against your own mana bar. I think anything to allow him to keep casting spells is what he's looking for.
Oh. I knew he'd get a little bit of love on a Pole Belter there. Throw a little bomb here or there. Now he can move onto the map. We're going to get the reset from Chrome. The grubs are spawning. We see a lot of bodies up here for Conviction as Mega Death Rocket goes across.
Was it for Vision?
I don't know.
Or maybe
I mean,
mid-lane,
it was
maybe
for Pole
mid-lane.
Belter. Yeah, 100% was for Pole Belter.
Never mind.
But he won't have it now. It doesn't matter that much. But level 6 got secured by both of them before Biofrost is, and they will stay in bot side. They're playing towards that lane and now giving full objective control in the early game to Conviction.
It's pretty tough too, because if you look at like Spica's pathing, it feels like Conviction are just doing a good job understanding, like, oh cool, well, he's far away from this, I can do it. Plus the fact that Darkwings has had a lot of pressure in the 1v1 and with some help from Manui has also really impacted Spica's ability to really contest for any of these early objectives. It just hasn't been much. I think Kizno, he's been doing his tracking just right. He recognizes that Spica's on the other side of the map, and with 2 people here on this top side and Kizno waiting in the bushes, I think TF Blade's in a little trouble, Lennon. No flash, just the ult.
A little bit.
A little bit.
See if his dance moves are enough.
Yeah,
KDA
yeah.
Gragas.
I was about to say, he's got the skin.
Unfortunately, Manui, for anybody that is going to die, does have the chrono shift. And it's not coming from the refs this time. It's coming from in-game. Inside the house, if you will. He's going to try to clear some of this minion way, but the Glacial Prison, the cast gets used, and it will be all for naught. TF Blade slowly but surely, a little bit dicey, throws up the chrono shift just in case, but Conviction get it anyways.
It doesn't get any cleaner than that, Mazal. I don't know what to tell you. And while Hoarder, of course, because of the pressure, is going to have to give away some of that same kind of space on the bottom side, the trade is just more in favor there for Conviction, because 1, Chrome got the kill. 2, they have 3 grubs, so they're doing more damage to these turrets.
And that's so hard to kind of factor into a lot of these situations, just kind of the execution factor that we were going to get. And that's why, like, the contesting of the draft and kind of how both teams work had a lot of strengths going both ways. And now we're getting closer and closer to the first item spikes, finding those first differentials here. Speaking of Biofrost, fully chain CC down, does it pop the ulti? He just goes down.
Yeah, we're overstaying our welcome for sure. The fact is, you kept Hoarder away for quite a while, Lennon. And once the Aatrox starts walking back, you got to recognize that he almost certainly has company. So big punch coming through there,
that
and
feels
even
bad,
Chrome.
man.
It does. Now Chrome is getting some pressure on TF Blade. How often can you say that?
Yeah, probably not very often. Top laners love to prey on ADCs. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
a great way to put it.
things they're panning out for TF Blade so far. But you got to remember, like, for all the lauding that we have for Near Airport and all the experience and things we have, TF Blade is technically a real rookie in the NACL. Trying to find his saving grace here in this one. Oh,
wow!
Almost dies. The activation from the passive as well, giving a huge health boost to save his life.
I mean, I don't know how else to say this, but Near Airport are getting walked right now, Lennon.
Yeah, it's
Oh my god.
it's tough. I mean, it's 11 and a half minutes in against the scaling comp, both scaling obviously, but if one scaling comp has gold, I think it's a little bit of a difference. And, you know, it feels really bad because the momentum had totally shifted. I mean, you have to think this is 3 games in a row, 2 in a row, that some of the most veteran and experienced players that North America has to offer lost late game scaling team fight centered games. Like, if that is brutal to the mental when you have some of the best to lose those big team fights and lose to a comp from Conviction. They've been going the same strat every time. They go for scaling. They feel like they can outplay, and that's a hell of a confidence boost for Conviction.
It's got to feel amazing, especially with how well this early game is going for them, too. This is a team that not only has improved in their own right, but really just started to embrace their own style. Manui, I think ever that trendsetter in the support role, like willing to play the Maokai, willing to play the
they're leaving Spica?
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, okay, no, he's fine.
He's okay. They got him.
Yeah.
You know, everybody starts walking away as Kisno walks into the bush. You never know what can happen.
His spidey senses. No, I understand.
A little bit of life on the NA side of things, though. They won't go fully into the neutral objective hole, as they will tie up the dragons 1-to-1, get their ocean dragon as well. As that'll be something to kind of keep track of and will delay some of the dragon stacking that Conviction might have wanted.
Yeah, that's right. I think, honestly, they're not too stressed about Drake stacking. I think for them, it's really just about piling as much gold on Darkwings and Chrome as you can. I think Chrome's been getting a lot of attention. He's 1-0 right now. He's probably really close to finishing that Unital Wild Arrows. And he's 7 CS away from the call as well. So it's a nice injection of gold that he's about to pick up. And it's really only up from here as Jinx. Of course, Twitch scales really nicely, but the fact that Double Lift hasn't been able to be as active, it doesn't help.
You want kills. You want to be like that super pressure advantage. Like, you have to be... You want the mental advantage if they have to be scared of you coming out of vision anytime, anywhere, and it can be so difficult. Now Double Lift got left by himself. Biofrost left, and Double Lift will have to flash off the back end of that. And I love the item completions. I love focusing on these first items. I think there's a lot of benefit to both sides having those first items. Somebody who's not going to get that benefit for a long time is TF Blade, and we're seeing some of that damage in the side lane really pay off for Hoarder. He chunks TF Blade every time they go for contested fights, Because now we're getting the TP from both top laners coming to join the fight. That's a deep one from Mr. TF Blade. Is it going to be enough? The cast comes through. It doesn't get anybody. The Mega Death Rocket also goes a little bit wide. TF Blade is already gone. Hoarder has claimed his number and is claiming the entirety of Near Airport. As Spica is on the back burner. He's on the back end. And Biofrost getting low to Hoarder! The rookie!
Oh my God!
Putting it to Near Airport. They're packing their bags here, and Pobelter the last one alive.
And Conviction, they are just running over Near Airport, turning them into roadkill. As Near Airport just have no answers left. The game is falling out of their hands, and the sound of Silver Scrapes, Mazel, it's getting quieter and quieter.
Oh, the band is done. They're already packing up. They're leaving. This is brutal. I mean, 5,000 gold, 15 minutes in against a team in Near Airport who has been so strong. Like, I cannot reiterate. Like, this could be the last time we see Near Airport in this split.
Yeah, 100%. And it's just been amazing, again, to see the growth of Conviction members, especially Hoarder, who went crazy in that last team fight.
That was
again,
insane.
Rookie,
The flash dash Q.
Yeah. And it's just a player who, again, like, I'll talk about it because I'm so happy that I was wrong, that he was a player I had no expectations for. Saw him in his past teams like Team Ambition. Didn't think there was really much to talk about when he joined Conviction, but from day one in 2025, this guy has impressed me, and he just continues to do so with every game Conviction plays. Really got to give him his props for a great first split.
What I love is he also just has a golden mindset. When you talk about how he loves to grow, what his ideas are on personal growth, on game growth, he has such a good, positive mindset, which is a lot of the time hard to come with in this competitive sphere. And I think the sky's the limit for this guy. He's been showing out this split, and he's showing out now against Near Airport of all teams. Chrome gets another reset. Biofrost forced out. I don't know, like the Biofrost setups with the Cosmic Radiances have just not been the ticket. And Near Airport falling apart at every stage of the game, and really bends to the fact that Conviction have had their number all series long. Unfortunately, Kids, though, will get the call to get out of there if he was going for a little bit of a greedy back. But now Near Airport have to potentially contest if they want to or they feel confident enough to over this next Dragon.
Yeah, the world's kind of their oyster right now, Mazel. They can do whatever they want. If they want that dragon, it's theirs. And if NA have it, it's because Conviction allowed it. That's really all there is to it. And really, again, a lot of praise over to Conviction. Very clear that they had some very well thought out game plans in every draft. Maybe game one didn't work for them. That's okay. I saw the vision. And that's really what is so important here for this team, and something that I think has allowed them to develop their own style. Vision for every draft. A game plan that they can execute, and really leaning into some of their comfort champions as well. It's been wonderful.
A little bit of growth goes a long way. Speaking, oh no, man.
How about
it's
growing
just so
that death
hard
count?
to cover. Yeah, it's so hard because it's just lapse of judgments and things along those lines. Conviction absolutely get the benefit of taking advantage of those. But some tough moments for Near Airport, as this could be the final game they have. Here's their last-ditch effort. Cosmic Radiance comes out very early there. And now it's going down. Biofrost absolutely gets chunked by the turret. They will end up getting the kill in the end and the turret, but it will be the Dragon, the bot lane, and everything else going Conviction's way.
Yeah, that's a positive trade if I ever saw one. It feels good to give more on double it, but Pobelter.
It's not positive. Pobelter goes down.
No.
As they get the flash plays coming through, Pobelter will answer in kind. They were between tier 2 and tier 3 turrets. Now the Rift Herald's going to be popped.
Oh my god, and that's just more gold that Conviction are going to be able to collect. They can smell blood, Mazel, and they are hungering for it. Another 700 gold into their pockets. Darkwing's going to be happily driving away to give himself space to go for the recall. I don't think he's trying to do anything fancy. Just wants to get off the map.
Rift Herald going the long way, you know, just taking a nice little stroll down memory lane as Spica going to try to close the draws on to Darkwings and Manui. The heal coming out preemptively. The speed up is there. Near Airport, they whiff on the gank. Can't find anything. All 5 members down here, but it's going to be the rest of the map that Conviction take control of.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like flash or get off the pot, man. I don't know, or I don't really know.
Don't think I've
why
ever
we're
heard that
chasing
before.
for
I
so
like
long.
it.
Yeah,
All right.
well, you know, I can't say certain things on broadcast. It is what it is. But yeah, near airport, they're in that moment of desperation. Really, there are a few options available to them in terms of team fighting, just because they're so far behind right now. You can see it. Chrome's hit that second item. The TP means this dive is not going to happen. In fact, I think there's another play happening in reverse.
They're going to get the TP out of Hoarder at least, and he will respond in kind to the spot lane push. But every time near airport try to go something and do something, Manui's like right there. He can put down the healing, the chrono shift is there, the bombs you always have to deal with. Like, this is such a clutch draft from Conviction.
Yeah.
I got to give huge shouts to the comp because I know these players all, you know, combine on what they want to draft. Bach, the coach, as well. Massive props to how they can try to figure out what comps can work in the Fearless system. But this is a Conviction that is terrifying to see go into the lower bracket and potentially start their own run here off the backs of felling near airport.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, who better to praise than the one who Coach Bach shouted out specifically, Manui, and his contribution to the drafts that this team have had. And I mean, who better to talk about when he's playing the Zillion that has made this comp so oppressive for near airport to deal with? Because that, you get that Zillion E, it's not playable. It's like, there's really no response. It's flash or die. And sometimes it's flash and die. So now Conviction going to easily take away more resources here, as they know, again,
Got the blue
have
buff.
the power
Let's
on the
go.
map. Oh, you know what, GG, you're right. Speak us back in this game.
That's
Mental
90
save.
gold back in that lead, baby.
Yeah, it's back. Don't look at Otacon. What are you talking about?
They are just burning that down. No real response. Pika might try to 50-50 it, but really doesn't have any entrance in. Maybe they can catch out Manui. Manui's so fast, though, he doesn't really have an angle. And then Krove also just sets the traps, forcing Spica to walk over against the wall. 50-50 is here, though, and the smites isn't going to go down. Kisto tries to get in. Kisto gets it! The new prodigy of the jungle putting up on Spica. And now Krove, he's going to get the chrono shift. He gets the reset. Now he can get the fight going. Kisto finds the kill on the side. Pobelter left out.
He's
and
resetting.
That's now a 6,000 lead. And Chrome going to run down Biofrost. A couple zaps not going to hit. Spica here to save his day, but a nice double bomb from Manui. The speed up onto Chrome, and he's going ludicrous speed right now. Everything's gone plaid, and everything's gone Conviction.
And this is another big win here for the Conviction. Boys, 21 minutes in, almost 7,000 gold. As soon as this turret ends up going down, and this is the snowball that keeps on rolling, Mazel, near airport. That was one of the best looks we were going to see, and yet again, we see the power of the Zillion, because finally, the Cosmic Radiance, it does manage to get through that initial few seconds, but watch the Jinx here. Yeah, I mean, they're on Chrome. He's forced to play up. Sorry, guys. Chrono shift. GG. Go next. No, Lennon, I think you're muted.
They feel like they have a little bit of angles in these fights. They feel like they have a little bit of fight, right? Like, and they feel like they are confident in how they can enter these fights. And then you start looking at the actual stats, the health bars, and I mean, Conviction are winning out every single time. The resets, the chrono shift onto Chrome to then reset into a fight of very low people. Okay, Chrome's going to get a little bit of chrono shift help here and going to take down Double. Doublelift just overextends his bounds. I think things are crumbling at near airport. I think I hear the sounds of a jet engine about to take off.
Yeah, it really is desperation. It's kind of one of the few things Doublelift is really able to do at this point. You want to try and use that ultimate to hopefully turn something around, get something going. But unfortunately, you're too far behind. Conviction are wary of these possibilities. And as long as Manui is sticking by Probe, it's really hard to kill this Jinx. So that's the sole point here for Conviction.
On an Infernal Soul, man. That is devastating. A 6-0-5 Chrome against Doublelift on Doublelift's Twitch in a be-all, end-all game. This man is stepping up, and I don't think he gets enough praise. I think he's had such an incredible series, an incredible split for Conviction, and he's really earning his keep as that most improved player here in 2024, at least, and then also that CLOL champion from that year.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta give props to Aaron when you think about the player he was when he first joined the NACL, and this was the kind of days that we don't always really talk about. It's CLG Faith days. He was the AD carry when he was going by Aaron. It was not a good look, and he's really come far these last 2 years, Mazel. He's really improved a lot as a player, and I think that's why we give him those props. It's a great thing to see, and it's why he continues to find success in this lead. Again, he's already gone as far as he ever has in the NACL playoffs, and winning this series will let him go even further.
This setup now feels so crippling for Near Airport. There's nothing they can really do. They have to continuously move out on the map, try to clear some of this vision down. Meanwhile, the timer is getting lower and lower. You have 4 minutes till an Infernal Soul goes the way of Conviction, and you just have to have some saving graces. You have to find some gold on the map, and I really like this from TF Blade to try to get this bounty going. It's going to be a lot of gold for the team.
It is. It's definitely some much-needed gold. Won't really close every gap, but if maybe Doublelift can get to that third item, I mean, there is the world where he can come in from stealth and open up with the ultimate, maybe. But that's really a very small if, maybe, possibly, you know, it could happen in the, what were you saying, 100 million universes, and this one is the one, sure. It might also involve Conviction members unplugging their keyboards, but, you know, we'll see.
Could happen. Yeah, anything
Could happen. You never know.
We are on 3 items now for Chrome. He does have the IE, the Runans, and the Intals. Almost there is Doublelift. He's really going to want that Runans for some of these fights. If there is an overextension, Conviction can absolutely get picked, but they drafted this comp for a reason. They drafted this style all series long for a reason. All 4 games. The style has been the same. Go scaling, go team fights, win game.
Yeah. And they are looking at step 3 right now as they're circling around this Baron. Good thing for Doublelift, he has hit that third item there, matching Chrome, but Chrome is sitting on the Elixir of Wrath, so
he knows,
still
man.
will be
he
ahead.
Knows.
Yeah, this next fight is going to be huge.
Extra 500 gold and maybe the deciding fight in this series. Does have the extra potion, or as the extra elixir at least popped.
Yeah.
Baron going to be started, already chunked near airport. They need a miracle steal. They need something. If they go in too late, it could just be them losing this series, being knocked out of NACL by Conviction. Of all teams, the growth, the synergy, it's on full display. At near airport, they can't really find an end to the pit. TF Blade can't really have this tankiness in the front line, though. Conviction, they kind of want to pull the trigger on a fight. Kisto going super speed. Oh. I think we got Speed Racer on the rip. Cosmic Radiance going in. Doublelift is cooking. Doublelift is firing away, but the chrono shift, it's not enough. Doublelift is still going. He's got a lot of damage here. He's got a lot of angles. They back off immediately. It is still a positive trade, 1 for 1.
Yeah, that's actually huge for near airport, all things considered. You're really seeing the power that Doublelift is working with here on this Twitch. He output a lot of damage there while that ult is on. So does mean that near Conviction, they got to be more careful about the target selection going forward. They went for Biofrost. They weren't able to take him down. And I think now Doublelift is going to have to become a person of interest when it comes to target selection here for Conviction.
Yeah. I mean, he's hit the spike. This is why you grab the Twitch. I've seen him do this so many times in solo play. He's just finds ways to win the fight. It all comes down to his positioning, his mechanics, and it's a lot of weight to ride on the shoulders of any player, but if there's one player that can lift that weight, that can take that stress, Doublelift, even these years later, can do it. He's on his big pick of the Twitch. The team is faltering, but there's still a light at the end of the tunnel.
That's right. Now, in Conviction, doing their due diligence to set up around the dragon, but honestly, I think for them, it's kind of tough, because this Infernal Soul would be a huge buff for them, but I don't think it's that simple, because if they walk down, near airport will take it pretty quick, take the Baron pretty quickly. Yeah, Hoarder is around.
The Hoarder's not
really
spotted. There's triple control wards over here. Hoarder has not been spotted. TF Blade is already half health. He's going to try to get the angle over here. He could just walk into the trap. Let's see if Hoarder's still unseen,
they will not
still
see him.
Untouched. He will not be seen.
My God,
near airport. Some of the biggest veterans, they have no idea the mountain that is standing behind them. Doublelift trying to go for his own flank. Doublelift wants the ankle. He knows it all rides on him. This is the moment that Doublelift was built for. He's going to open up. He's going to go spray play. Rat-a-tat-tat. Doublelift gets shut down. Chrome goes on fire.
Got him.
1,000 gold going the way of near airport. Speaker is cooking. Pubbo is still in the fight, but Hoarder definitely has the angle here. Biofrost can't get back over to TF Blade, but the flash will come through.
That's a positive play once again for Near Airport. Double lift, the Twitch famous champion for him being able to clutch it out and 1v2 that backline was so big in that team fight. And I think members of Conviction, they're starting to sweat a little bit. Mazel, small saving grace though. Actually, I take it back as they start the Dragon because you're seeing the teleports come through here. Pobelter's also joining.
Oh, yeah, this is a little bit dicey now as well. The TP is going to give that movement speed coming through. TF Blade is pretty tanky now, as well as does have a decent amount of damage packed in. This could just be an offset of Conviction's Dragon stacking, and they will be forced to give this one away.
Wow, Near Airport, by the skin of their teeth, barely holding on Mazel, but they're doing it. They stopped the Soul. Oh my God. They came up big, 2 fights in a row. And they are still in this game.
They absolutely are. You can't count these guys out. Some of the most experienced that the league has to offer, besides TF Blade in competitive.
Yeah.
Obviously a rookie in the split, but now showing up even after going down so heavy so early. He is the front liner here. Got to see some of these mechanics come through for Near Airport if they hope to win these out. Time is still not their friend as things are going to be cooking. That's the Baron, started up by Conviction. Can NA even do anything about it? They realize they need to try to step up, but there's no entrance. There's no way in. TF Blade is looking for his own angle, gonna get the World Ender from Hoarder, and the Baron's already gone now, and TF Blade's gonna go down. TF Blade is gone. Now the resets. Chrome is feeling alive and well as Spica tries to find the back line, but there is no saving grace for NA.
Oh, they're going.
Hope you got them. Hope you got those bag packed. I hope you have your passport ready to go, because Conviction just packed those bags. They booked that ticket, and you're going on a plane ride, North America, as Near Airport is down. Conviction, they'll ignite their own lower bracket run with their eyes dead set on Dark Zero Dragonsteel in the lower bracket finals.
Lennon, I can't believe it. They did it, and in 3-1 fashion. Near Airport split is over. Conviction are moving forward.
Done. Near Airport, the hopes, the prayers, the lower bracket run, the competitive motivation. It is cut in half by Conviction. The team play, the drafts, the strategies, it all came down so beautifully. Gotta give massive props to the preparation and the setup that Conviction had today.
Yeah, I mean, it is really... I have nothing but praise for a lot of how they went about this entire series. Even game 1, even though they lost and, you know, there were some questionable moments, I think overall the game plan was there, and a lot of the game plans were there moving forward. And you know what? 1 stumble and 3 wins, I think we take those any day of the week. And really, I'm excited for what Conviction will be able to do going up against Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Because again, Manui making it back to top 3 for the 3rd time since he's joined NACL. And for everyone else on the roster, this is the farthest they've ever been.
It's absolutely incredible when you have the likes of Kisno in here, a new, or like up-and-coming jungle prospect, not new necessarily, but then Hoarder at his rookie split, right, coming in and having massive impacts in this series in particular. His Age Frogs, that 4th pick there, just paying dividends.
Yeah.
In the entirety of Conviction. They got to feel real good about this one.
I think they got to feel amazing. We'll talk to someone in the interview later on, but overall, to be able to knock down Near Airport, who really were coming back to that form we saw from them all split long, I mean, it's got to mean a lot. And it's got to build a lot of confidence in the strategies that this team has been working with so far for Conviction. It's got to instill a lot of confidence of their chances against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, who, while looking very good, certainly looking human after we saw their match yesterday. So who knows? Could be a new record for Manui after that next one. It could be a new record again for every other member of this team who have never been as far as top 3.
And I just have to, I know I'm going to keep praising the winners, which rightfully we should.
I mean, we should.
They're drafting, man. The drafting, like, it doesn't feel like we got everything that was possible today for Conviction.
I know.
But you definitely put sights on a lot of these strategies that Conviction want to go for. That, honestly, if I'm thinking about what I saw from Dark Zero Dragonsteel yesterday, these can work against that team, right? Like taking that scaling, taking that decision making in the late game, using this together. This might just be a run that ends in a finals appearance for Conviction.
It could be. We don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but really, this really just shows how this isn't just the faltering from Near Airport. Again, it's good gameplay from everyone on Conviction, good preparation that I think would do some damage against even LG or Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So really, again, they've earned that chance to maybe play against LG in those finals, but they have one more obstacle left before top 2 is in the conversation.
They do indeed, and a lot of a mountain left to climb for them, but it really is a start of something that could be wonderful. And Madui finding himself another legendary run here at NACL playoffs, which is just such a harken back to everything that this guy has brought to the table in the NACL. And it's so nice to see him finding his own in the support role with that role swap. Again, he said it himself. One of the major reasons he wanted to do it is because he feels like the support role is what it is at the weakest that it has been. He feels like everybody has dropped the faith, has dropped the momentum in the support role. He wants to take that and be one of the best supports in the NA.
And you know, he's really making a conversation for himself, not just in how he plays the game, but what he's willing to play. Again, the Zillion, nobody else plays this kind of stuff, but we can see how effective it is, and that open-mindedness, that willingness to play things that are unorthodox but effective. It has to be praised. We have to give credit.
And really good engages from Kisno here to counter a lot of what Spica was looking for, but I gotta say the big setup from the Zillion, the pick from Madui really unlocked a lot of the potential on this team. And the last time we saw it, it was a big moment for them as well in that series, and it did make a massive difference just like this time around. And when you're not playing against the Zillion all the time, it is something you have to get used to. You can't just instantly burst prio targets because you know immediately they're going to be coming back to it, and Near Airport fell for that time and time again.
Yeah, they did, honestly. And I think it's something that now I'm sure the members of Dark Zero Dragonsteel had their eyes on this match. If not, certainly going to review it. And that's definitely the problem that they're going to have to tackle next. How do they deal with these compositions? How do they deal with this kind of play style that Conviction have built out for themselves? Because it's not going to be easy, not at all.
Yeah, it's devastating for Near Airport fans. I know there's a lot of people riding behind them, riding on the momentum that they were bringing to that lower bracket. But when you have a story as good as this one for Conviction, it trumps all. And really good step up from all 5 players, from some of the new heads in the NACL. But also, I know it means a lot to the players. We'll get to talk about that, I'm sure, with the interviewee. But it's just a very, very important factor to note. And we have to get their flowers where they're due. Near Airport were one of the best teams in the NACL in this split. The regular season was completely dominant until the very last bit where they fell to Winthrop. Playoffs, they felt like they never got their own stake in the game. They never felt like they were really themselves in a lot of those situations. But we have to give praise where it's due. We have to give thanks to the team for at least putting in all the effort they were able to put when they could. And this is bidding adieu to one of the biggest teams in NACL.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, of course, we are well past the point where we have to worry about seeing whether or not we're going to see them again next split. Of course, they will be back next split for Near Airport.
And
Same
that's
with
where
Conviction.
the LTA spot.
Yeah, exactly. So there's still a chance for them to kind of redeem themselves, but of course, Conviction, they get to stretch out their split one just a little bit longer.
Yeah. It's very interesting to think about the trajectory of a Near Airport. And again, I know they have such busy lives. It's nice to see them commit to NACL, and I'm very excited to see what they bring to us in Split 2. But Conviction on the other side, it's absolutely wonderful to see that story pulled off. I know Bach's got to be super proud of the team, but as a whole, I mean, the story writes itself, and now that Dark Zero Dragonsteel matchup is going to be hype as hell.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's really exciting that they were able to get this win, and that's one Hydra head down. This is either going to be a Disney's Hercules or it's going to be a bit of a tragedy. So we'll see. There's an option for Conviction to do something really awesome. And next week, there's their chance to do it.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing about all this is, everybody gets their moment in the sun. Everybody gets their spotlight. And even if things go well, even if things go badly, it's just taking care of the moment, taking care of the opportunity that all these players get on the stage. It's an honor to get to cover these players and get to see these stories go through. The lower bracket is one of only absolute confidence and absolute domination. There can only be one team that moves forward. But I'm so excited to hear what we get from the members of Conviction, whoever we get to talk to in the end, because I know that it's going to feel really good. But they also know they need to get locked in for that next week.
100%. Job's not finished yet, so you got to imagine they're probably still got to lock in before the final week of NACL Split 1 takes place.
No.
And I think we're already getting word on who our MVP is going to
Let's
be.
see.
I wonder who would I vote for MVP?
Chrome? Usually
Honestly,
it's based
I would
off
say
KDA.
Darkwings, honestly.
It is
it'd be
Chrome.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
fair.
the guy popped off on Jinx. He was like,
He
had
did
a
pop off.
ridiculous amount of kills.
I just think Darkwings had a great series overall. That's
did.
why I had that word. But yeah,
I
everyone on Conviction played well. So
I will say, if I had to personally give an MVP for the whole series, it would have to be Mnui. I think he literally won the
you're onto
series
something.
in a lot of situations for the squad. His decision making, his at least leadership, really shown in this series as a whole. But when you have everybody performing, like,
yeah.
Can we give you can't really give MVPs to everybody because everybody's the most valuable player. That doesn't work.
It just becomes P.
Yeah. So Chrome will get the MVP for this series, rightfully so. I think. There's always a tough task when you're dealing with double lift of all players, a great ADC in his own right. And I know it means a lot to our ADC players to be able to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it really is a credit to Conviction if you and I can kind of bounce around on, Chrome played well, but it also could have been this person. It could have been that person. It could have been Darkwing. It could have been Nui. I think it really just shows how well everyone on the team played this series again.
Yeah.
So really exciting stuff from Conviction to get this 3-1 finish. I'm really excited to flame Rafa and Cubby later. That's really my biggest takeaway from this. I don't know about you, Lennon.
Yeah, I'm all about it. They might not even be watching this right now. We can just say anything we want about
say anything.
them.
Oh my God, you're
anything.
right. Free will is crazy, man.
Cubby's Braum sucks. There you go.
Oh, okay, come on.
No, okay, that might be too far.
That's too far.
That's too far.
That's like his whole personality. You can't do him like that.
It is his whole personality. I'm sorry. Anyways, it is really all about getting to see Conviction come out the better of it on the other end of things. And looking forward to what we have going next week, because they will have a little bit of a break. We do our lower bracket finals and finals back to back. That's the first time that we've done that in NACL. Usually there's an entire break ahead of time, or we go straight back to back throughout like 5 of the days.
Oh yeah.
Which throw back to that one. But we'll see exactly what happens with that right now. We get to talk to the up-and-coming top laner of Conviction, the rookie who is putting down people left and right. Hoarder going to be joining us on the interview. I can't wait. I know you're wholesome. I know you're kind, but that's got to feel damn good. Taking down near airport, starting your lower bracket run, and being able to handle TF Blade all series long. What went into the Aatrox pick in Game 4? What made you so confident about it?
I mean, it's a great matchup, but to be honest, in Game 4, they were kind of just ego picking us. Like, if you saw their comps in Game 3 and 4, they were kind of playing just to stomp us. But when I saw that they drafted a good matchup for Aatrox and relatively low damage, with Twitch is not really something that's like a big deal for Aatrox. But yeah, I knew that we had a nice reset comp, classic front to back with Jinx and Victor. And as soon as we get one reset, the game was just gonna be over. And with that good matchup, I managed to actually get a really nice lead top, and then we won the game from there.
Pretty simple.
I think you guys have had a really good split, a really good playoffs overall. You in particular have been playing really well, especially lately. So I wanted to just get from you, what did it take for you guys to kind of get to this level, play this confidently?
I mean, it took, a lot of practicing, of course, right? I mean, I've been running a lot of 1v1 drills. I've been studying VODs, but I think I still have a long way to go. I'm nowhere near where I want to be as a top laner, especially in terms of consistency. We can see that first game I was not doing very well, but I just have to. I feel like sometimes I get in my own head, and I just have to play my own game, and I can trust myself to play well and carry the game for most times. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure to watch your come up, man. It's been absolutely incredible to watch your growth here. I got to ask, though, maybe a little bit of a fun question. He pulled out the Nidalee against you, man. I got to say, your Nidalee was damn good when you pulled it out. Did you have any thoughts when he pulled that out? Did you immediately feel like you had the Jace and he picked the Nidalee into it? What do you think about that matchup? And are you confident in maybe bringing back out the Nidalee at some point?
I don't want to give out any strategies.
Okay. You're good. You're good.
But let's just say I don't think it was a terrible Nidalee angle, and I just think that they probably could have done more with it. But
Okay.
I'm no stranger to the Nidalee Jace
Yeah.
matchup as the Jace and Nidalee side. So when he locked in Nidalee, I wasn't too worried. And the thing about Nidalee is that you kind of have that insurance in your mind that, oh, okay, well, that champ doesn't really scale all that well. And as long as if you can go even early, that's like best case scenario, because that champ has, the laning is just way too strong, especially with how much sustain she has. But if you can go even, like, that's already very winning in my head. So, like, it's basically just like taking Gathering Storm, playing against Nidalee. It's like, I know I'm just going to win later.
Okay, interesting.
Fair. I mean, so, again, congrats. You made it to top 3. You're going to play against Darksteel Dragonsteel. So I got to get your thoughts individually about your next opponent in the top lane, Zamudo, someone who, I mean, has gotten a lot of praise for good reason. How do you feel going into that matchup about, how you're going to fare, your team's chances, things like that?
I mean, I think that I love my team. I think they're great. And I think they will all be able to, like, stomp their counterparts. Zamudo is obviously a top laner I respect highly. I think he's very good, especially in his laning. I don't struggle versus many top laners, I'd say, in the NACL, but versus Zamudo, I feel like he's above the rest. But I think that with enough practice, I've been doing some 1v1s against him, and I can see that he's beatable, but he's still very good. As long as I can hold my own versus the series versus Dark Zero, I think that we'll be able to take them out.
I love it. And I love all these great answers you're giving. But I want you to let loose a little bit here, because, man, you just took down Near Airport. You just beat the NA GOAT squad with TF Blade right there with them. You guys made it, for 4 of you, for the first time, to the lower bracket finals. Like, how does it feel, man? Like, your rookie split, you're making a run, man.
I mean, it's a surreal feeling, honestly. Like, I thought I was going to do pretty well in NACL. I never thought I'd get this far in my first split. But, I mean, job's not finished, right? There's time to feel good about it, and, like, time to, kind of enjoy your winnings, but there's also time to lock in. And I don't want to let my guard down until the playoffs are over and we get that first place.
That's a winner's mindset right there, man. I love to hear that. And I just want to give you a chance to give some shout-outs. Anybody you want to talk about before we let you go?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first of all, shout out to my team. They played amazing today. Shout out to my coach. Shout out to the Cloud9 partnership. They've been helping us out with their resources. Shout out to my parents. Shout out to Tom. Shout out to Yusuf. Shout out to Maria. And yeah, that's all.
I appreciate you so much, Hoarder, and I look forward to talking to you more. We'll see what that lower bracket run has in store. Bye, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All righty, we're going to take it back from him, and what a day it was. Near Airport are finished. They are already probably on the plane, and Conviction will be moving on to face off against Dark Zero Dragonsteel in our lower bracket finals to see who's joining Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals of split number 1.
Yeah, I mean, again, really love to see that attitude from Hoarder, appreciating the win, but recognizing that, job's not finished. They still have some playoffs left to play, and I like that confidence, too, going into a team like Dark Zero Dragonsteel. We highlighted it. It's definitely winnable for them. It's not guaranteed or anything like that, but I think that is going to be a great and exciting matchup to watch. I'm going to be watching it, and it's going to be great to see how that one turns out. And it's cool to hear his thoughts on how much work he and the rest of his team have been putting in to kind of get this far. Because improvement like that doesn't just happen to Zell. It comes from a lot of work, so glad he got to speak on it.
I like to hear the 1v1 drills. I love to hear drills in League of Legends, especially with the new practice tool and everything going that way.
True.
But I know they have their eyes set on Dark Zero Dragonsteel. The run is not done. The work is not finished, as they said. But it really is a team that shows some of the highest level of synergy in the league comparatively to teams like Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Say when they had Yuji, that synergy was impeccable. I mean, they were always on the same page. They were always playing together, but this feels different. This is like a team fighting synergy. For some reason, Conviction, they just locked the hell in post 20 minutes, and we saw that 2 times in a row against Near Airport, and then a third game, they just blew right open.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is that practice that Hoarder alluded to. Like, they've been practicing a lot as a team on top of his individual 1v1 practice, and it's really paid off. You got to imagine there's a lot of talks, review as well theory when it comes to the planning future compositions, especially when they're as unorthodox as the ones we've seen from them this split. So the work is really starting to pay off for them. They've made top 3 again for everyone except Manui. This is a first for them. And now for everyone on this roster, every step forward is a new record for them. So you got to imagine there's a lot for them to be fighting for.
Manui just keeps finding himself in these crazy runs, man. I don't know what it is. The man
he might be the GOAT.
He might be. It might be. That Zillion looking pretty goated right there.
That
sure.
was amazing, yeah.
But really love to see a little bit of that setup for Conviction. But now trying to figure out how exactly they take down Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I do expect it to be a lot the same, as I believe we're going to be taking a look at the bracket here for that matchup. Only 2 series left here in the split. Absolutely crazy to think about. June 5th, the lower bracket finals, Conviction versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel. The winner of that plays the next day against Luminosity Gaming for the grand finals of split number 1.
That's right. The bracket is almost entirely filled out, guys. And it's worth noting that next week, this is a thing that's happening worldwide. We are having a patch change come through. We were on 25-10 for the majority of playoffs, but our lower final and grand finals will be on 25-11. So if you want to keep up, go ahead and read those. And I'm sure the teams are going to be taking a look and trying to theory craft whatever they can for the last 2 matches of the split.
Exactly. I can't believe we're already to this point. We already 2 best of 5s away. And speaking of that next best of 5, it is next week again, June 5th. Conviction versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel. If it doesn't go to 5, I'm going to be so sad.
I'm sure it will. That one is going to be close. I have no doubt. You guys don't want to miss it. June 5th, 2 p.m. PST, Conviction versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel for the right to play against Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals. We only have 2 matches left, Mazel. It's been such a fun split, and I'm glad it isn't quite over yet, even as we get closer.
I am too. It's going to be a lot of fun. Big shout out to you and the production crew, obviously dealing with the kind of setups today and getting that solo bolo cast in. Thank you so much. And also big shout out to our support that we get from prodiff.gg.
Yes.
Where you can get one-on-one coaching from current LTA or NACL players and get that one-on-one coaching session that can bring your game level to that next level. And where they'll actually get to sit through with clips with you, talk about what exactly went wrong. I think it's a really cool initiative. Go check it out on that QR code in the bottom right of your screen.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you think about League as a game, there are a lot of resources, but I mean, what better resources are there from the players who do it best? So I think that's really the value there in prodiff.gg, playing with players who play at the highest level in Tier 2 and in some cases in Tier 1, whether currently or formerly. So take advantage, scan the QR code, get your one-on-one coaching.
Absolutely, indeed. Beatdown, it's been an absolute pleasure to cover this with you. I got to cover both days today. Shout out to Desirex. Really hope he starts feeling better. Really big love to him. Everybody give your love to Desirex himself, please. And also give your love to NACL. You'll see those socials in the top left of your screen.
That's right.
But if you want to check out any of the action, if you want to check out the fall of Near Airport, you'll find all that info on our socials. Make sure you go follow it up. And we'll see you next week for the final 2 days of Split 1 of NACL. We'll see you on June 5th for the lower bracket finals. Behind him and the potential fade down by the rest of Conviction, but this fight could get hot and heavy before they can even answer. Cease and desist used in a panic by Kisno. Maybe it bought enough time. He's gonna get to see the vault breaker over the wall though. Spica just wants to hit this 3-talent strike, but Nui trying to heal him up. There comes Bouncer, that scary Bouncer. But unfortunately, there's too many IDs to check. He is out of time and he is out of life. He is gone, but the follow through from Near Airport might just be lethal. A big grand entrance there for Biofrost. Gets double at the kill in the end. He gets Dawning Shadow down as the shutdown goes to Chrome.
So he's already in such a powerful position.
Oh my god. The TP's not even through yet. Spica's already in the fight. Pull-ups are going to pop the backline. Chrome is on the wrong side of the fight now as well. He's going to have to flash out. Multiple flashes coming through. TF Blade is on the backline too. The Cougar Claw
claws are sinking deep, but Kisto, Hoarder, and Darkwing, they made the difference. They found the picks on a Pomelter, double lifted Spica, and now they're going to turn onto the Baron.
Oh, and I think they're going to get it. The damage is too great for TF Blade and the rest of Near Airport to deal with. TF Blade, he's just a mosquito here in a world of fly swatters, as he can't do anything. And Spica.
Oh, Darkwings?
He doesn't
Darkwings
care.
feels like he has an
He
angle.
doesn't
Tries
care.
to go for the burst on the double lift, but he didn't have damage. It doesn't matter because you got everybody following through. Spica, he's just a fish in a barrel, and he'll go shotgun boom as Tia Blade tries to get the fight going the other way. Double lift, get some poke damage down, but Tia Blade is looking for his own angle, gonna get the world ender from Hoarder, and the Baron's already gone now, and Tia Blade's gonna go down. Tia Blade is gone. Now the reset's Chrome.
they're going.
Is feeling alive and well as Spica tries to find the back line, but there is no saving grace for NA.
Oh, they're
Hope
going.
you got them. Hope you got those backpacks. I hope you have your passport ready to go, because Conviction just packed those bags. They booked that ticket, and you're going on a plane ride, North America, as Near Airport is down. Conviction, they'll ignite their own lower bracket run with their eyes dead set on Dark Zero Dragon Steel in the lower bracket finals.
Lennon, I can't believe it. They did it, and in 3-1 fashion.